Manga. Amnesty International Kenya is calling for urgent investigations into violence and disruption reported in Homa Bay during the Linda Mwananchi movement's tour of the county on Sunday. The organization says journalists were attacked, media broadcasts disrupted, property destroyed, and roads blocked amid allegations of intimidation linked to political activities. Amnesty has also raised concerns over claims that police and other security agencies failed to act promptly to prevent the violence and protect those affected. National Assembly Minority Leader Junet Mohamed says the alliance between ODM and President William Ruto's UDA is aimed at promoting an inclusive government and ending tribal politics in Kenya. Junet says the partnership is focused on bringing Kenyans together and promoting national unity.
Watu wanashangaa kwa nini ODM inaunga mkono President Ruto. Hii uchaguzi inakuja hii, unaona hii ndio uchaguzi ya kumaliza ukabila hapa Kenya. Kuna wengine hawataki watu wengine wakuwe kwa serikali. Mnakumbuka hii mtu wa simu wakati alikuwa deputy president, vile alikuwa anatufanyia kama ODM. Tukienda maandamano anaingia asubuhi saa 11 ofisi, hajataka kumaliza sisi. Sasa sisi tunaweza fuata mtu kama hiyo? Sisi tumeungana na serikali ya UDA kwa sababu tunataka serikali ambayo inajumuisha Wakenya wote.
Kirinyaga woman representative Njeri Maina is calling for investigations into Homa Bay Town Member of Parliament Peter Kaluma over remarks she claims could amount to incitement against government critics. Maina says political leaders should be held to the same legal standards if their remarks are found to constitute hate speech or incitement. Speaking at a chat service in Gatundu South, Kiambu County, she also criticized the government over recent incidents of political violence.
Wakati watu wengine wanazungumza, nyinyi mmemakinika kabisa, mnaharakisha kuwashika within 24 hours. Kaluma amesema hivyo, yeye anatembea tu akieneza chuki. Niambie chair wa NCIC, wewe ni bishop, fanya kazi ambayo unastahili kufanya. Hata huyo Peter Kaluma sasa hivi anafaa kuwa ametafutwa na DCI, akamatwe, apelekwe kotini, yajibu mashtaka. Manake hata kama tuko kwenye animal kingdom, katiba yetu ya Kenya ya 2010 inasema article 27(1) ya kwamba every person is equal before the law.
Zambia's President Hakainde Hichilema is leading in the presidential election count with nearly half of the constituencies declared. Hichilema has 55% of the votes counted against 43% for his main challenger, Brian Mundubile. The Electoral Commission has so far announced results from 105 of the 226 constituencies. Hichilema needs to maintain more than 50% of the vote to win re-election without a runoff. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? Indeed, welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. The time right now is 5 minutes past 6 o'clock, and my name is Mungala Mbuvi. Katika mida ya sasa, we're going to be getting into a couple of conversations, checking out what is making headlines across the nation and across the globe as well. So why don't you let us know where you tuned in from? Good morning, CT Muga. How art thou doeth? Or is it thee?
I am fine.
Over the weekend,
Yes.
there's this brand new show
Right.
that is being hosted by John Karani on Saturday.
Yes.
Wa, you guy, my guy.
Yes.
Si umati ulimiminika pale
Bwana
katika kile kipindi.
Bwana
Na si waliweza kukifurahia.
Bwana we.
Kwa hivyo kama ulikihata, pole sana. Uzuri ya our shows are usually live and they're usually on YouTube and they're usually also on our YouTube on our Facebook channels as well. So you can go out there and check it out. If you missed it, you missed a hell a lot of a amazing show. Meanwhile, City also yesterday I saw something that happened that was exciting. Bwana, watu walienda Homa Bay. Homa Bay. What does Homa Bay mean? It's the Bay of Homa, right? So Homa it's just
Homa ni homa.
Ni homa ya kawaida mafua.
Homa ya mafua, homa ya maumivu.
Okay. So huko ni kwa maumivu Bay.
Utakuta kwa maumivu ambao watu walikuwa nazungumzia, ni maumivu ilikuwa inaletwa na malaria.
Oh, by the way. All right, I get it now. I get where it comes from now. Okay, so ilikuwa ni homa ya malaria.
Yaweza kuwa ni hiyo kwa sababu homa nyingine sioni. Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's an amazing place. I've been to Homa Bay once. I think I've been to the entirety of that Nyanza region. Nimekuwa Migori, nimekuwa Homa Bay, nimekuwa Kisumu of course, nimekuwa huko kwingine kuna Siaya nimefika kweli? Bondo iko wapi?
Siaya.
I've been to Siaya. I have been to Siaya. Amazing places.
Yes.
Kasipuli iko wapi?
Homa Bay.
Okay. Nimetembea Kenya. Huko kwenye nimetembea. Umeifika Kitui City?
Yes.
Have you been to Machakos?
Yes.
Have you been to Makueni?
Yes.
Have you been out of places? Have you been to Mwingi?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, endelea tu kutaja.
Alikuwa tafuta places zenye. Of course you've been to Batu then.
Yes, I have.
Okay, I think I'm done. Have you been to Zambani Rock, that humongous mountainous rock?
That's the idea was to get there. I never did get there.
Okay.
Yes.
No. When you get the chance, go there. It's a beautiful place. Yeah, it's also enchanting. Ukiwa pale unasikianga a type away, una feeling tu wuzu awiza wazo. Yeah. Unasikianga kama yani you connect to the ancestors somehow. Yeah.
Ni headquarter remote control.
Hiyo ni headquarter. Hapo sasa ndio inatokanga alafu inasambazwa. Inasambazwa to the rest. But yes, Homa Bay. Yesterday niliona bwana kuna mali watu walinda mwananchi walienda.
Nyandiwa.
They disappeared into the dust.
No, but they are a good crowd in Nyandiwa.
They did.
Nyandiwa is that is a region that is close to the region that Mbadi comes from. Yes.
Bwana, watu wakubwa wanatoka huko na hiyo barabara inakaa hivi bwana.
I am very glad you've mentioned it. I have talked to Mbadi about that road on many occasions.
Oh.
Yes, when we had occasion to interview, that road.
Hey.
That road.
And it looks like it's a major one for Linda Mwananchi to choose that direction.
It is a major road because you follow that road and you go around it. It's not a ring road per se. There is a ring road, but not that one.
Yes.
That road takes you to a place called Sori. Now Sori sasa, umeingia Migori.
Yes.
Okay? It's a roundabout road. But that road has been bad for eternity. It rains. Forget movement. Forget anything.
Yeah.
But forget that one. If you come from Beta, the administrative headquarters of Suba is a place called Sindo.
Yeah.
Now, ideally, it's a road that should have been. I've been told it was done and it's much better. But you have to ask.
Yeah.
It's an artery that takes you into the hinterland.
Okay.
From Sindo, you now go towards Gwasi. Okay? So you're thinking, this is an artery.
It's a major road, yeah.
It is, because, it passes by the lake. Ikizunguka ikienda.
Yeah, I could see the lake in the horizon.
Yes.
Beautiful scenery.
Oh, it's very beautiful.
Yes.
It's very, very beautiful. So hiyo barabara yote kielekea, you're more or less on that particular trajectory ya kuelekea sasa a different county.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So I'm looking and thinking, sasa, all this talk about roads being built, and that is a major artery, and that road has remained and fixed and made for
since independence.
Actually, those days, forget the tarmac.
Yeah.
Just
grade that thing.
Fortify it, work a foundation, work a maram, compact it,
It maintain.
It will be a good road that people can traverse easily. You'll increase trade, you'll do all manner of things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Niona watu wakiingilia Governor Gladys Wanga, wakiuliza, kwani Wanga bwana, ni nini unafanya huko?
They are alluding to anything that approximates thuggery
Yes.
to be attributed to her. But even now, the name of one Peter Kaluma has come up again.
Okay.
His utterances, the things that he had said, he was quoted in the media as having said that those people of Linda Mwananchi should not come to Homa Bay. Paul, there's this intolerance
Yes.
that is being fermented by these politicians, which is dangerous. Paul, we are only safe until we are not.
Yes.
And
True story.
Yes, and insecurity doesn't come upon you like an avalanche. No, it's incremental. It's bit by bit by bit by bit by bit. You see, they are encouraging lawlessness among young people. So when you are not there to pay them money and they use lawlessness, what do you think they are going to be doing to the citizen to that place?
Okay.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Yes.
But anyway, so who should we be blaming for that road? For the how that road, how it looks like? Are we to blame county government? Are we to blame area MP? Are we to blame national government?
No, I start with the county government.
Yes. All fingers to the county.
I start with the county because before you get to that particular artery that traverses and passes by the lake, the road that you're talking about is a county road.
Okay.
Yes, it's county road. So all the money that the county gets.
I hope now that it has been highlighted by that weekend shenanigans, they will do something about it.
You see, we normally associate development with positions that individuals from that region have in government. That is in treasury. But you see, treasury doesn't allocate money to themselves.
Yes.
It's done by parliament. That's Homa Bay County. You have a women's rep. You have a senator. You have an MP for that region. That region, I think the MP is Paroli, I think, if I'm not wrong.
Omondi.
Yeah, it may be somebody else, but I think so.
Okay.
It's their job to make sure that there's an allocation of that money in the budget. So if you're pushing treasury, it's something that was passed in the budget, so the money actually exists. Yes.
Okay.
But there have been contractors who were contracted a long time ago to do something on that road. I don't know where they go to.
Yeah. That's
I'm talking about things I used to see 10 years ago, not until yesterday. No. Because I worked in that region 10 years ago.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's wait and see. Now that it has been highlighted. But Linda Mwananchi had hell of a good time as well. Tuliona huko wamezunguka, watu wakaongea wakadance huko, wananchi wakaweza kuona Sifuna na other leaders as well.
Tuliona wananchi walikuja wengi, sio?
Wananchi walikuwa wengi. My goodness. The crowds were huge. They were humongous. I'm happy for the Linda Mwananchi team because number one, they got to connect with the people of that particular region, perhaps even to listen to some of their grievances, if not all their grievances, so that by the time they do decide to come up with a manifesto, if they do decide to have Sifuna as their presidential candidate, at least watakuwa wanajua. Sifuna amezunguka hii country. Sifuna ameenda Ukambani, amekuwa huko Western, amekuwa Nyanza, amekuwa Kisii, huyo jamaa ameenda.
No, and he's going to be doing some more of it. By all estimates, their plan is to traverse the entire country. Yes.
I can't wait for him to go to the northeastern region.
He will be received with similar crowds.
But you know what I enjoyed watching most is how the very many leaders he was with, when you walikuwa nasema tu jina, microphone inaenda, hey, mimi naitwa Mungala Mbuvi. Okay, asante sana.
They know.
You don't even say anything of maana. You just
Apana, we.
Mimi naitwa mashini wako kutoka huko sehemu za kitu yake, asante sana. Microphone. And I'm like, guys,
apana, sawa.
Ati someone literally,
politicians know each other.
No sooner than
if you let that person begin with a statement,
it's a wrap.
Kuna
mwingine alianza harambe. Okay, asante sana. Hata jina ijapeana. So by the time microphone ilikuwa nena, mimi ndo Mungala microphone ishaenda. Haya, asante. Tuko na mwingine hapa, mwingine anachukua harambe, anaambia wewe boss, hii microphone itaenda. Anasema haya, mimi naitwa fulani fulani kutoka mahali fulani na tunasema sisi ndio Sifuna. Bwana. That thing was interesting. Anyway, let's wait and see what unfolds after all that. Today is 17th, eh?
Wewe bwana unashwa hapo.
Sio ni 17th.
17th ya mwaka ya gani bwana?
Ya August.
Yes it is.
Mbona ulikuwa unakataa city? Nini hii uzee kidogo inaleta shida.
I was a day behind.
Okay, sawa. So it being 17th of August, nothing. Even tomorrow, nothing. But on Wednesday there will be something. So as far as that is concerned, tutaiachia tu hapo. Tuangalie what is significant about this day in history. And from the look of things, according to this day, they are saying that in 1858, Queen Victoria of the United Kingdom sent the first official transatlantic telegraph message to US President James Buchanan aboard the USS Niagara. Hey.
Niagara.
Yeah, but up imeandikwa Niagara, but it's Niagara, right? So aboard the USS Niagara.
That's how it's spelled.
Yeah. Because I know there's the Niagara Falls.
Yes.
I didn't just know they spell it Niagara. But anyway, so USS Niagara, that is when President James Buchanan received a telegraph from Her Majesty Queen Victoria of the United Kingdom on this day. So mambo ya telegraph ilianza kitambo kidogo. Long distance communication.
Uvumbuzi baba.
Wacha yetu tulikuwa tunatumianga sijui smoke signals, mara drumming,
rana.
Mtu anakimbia anaambiwa fanya hivi. Sasa hizi imagine unatuma mtu Homa Bay. No, a guy will take months.
No, every community walikuwa na organize kuna relay. Unajua, ukishatuma ile smoke signal ile. So wewe unakimbia kutoka hapa kama chako za
unapea mwingine anaendelea
anapiga ninio anafika salama
yeye pia same thing
namna hiyo kufika sehemu za kambu hivyo mkiendelea tu mpaka mpike Mariakani then a really big smoke signal unajua unaelekea wapi Mazeras kutoka Mazeras huyo
so
Britini huyo Changamwe
they would blow horns
bas
mnajua hiyo ni ya vita mkifikia turururu mnajua hiyo ni harusi mkisikia mtu amezaliwa.
Apart from watching this rally on TV, what else did you do on the weekend, Paul?
Give us the medal. Which country are we in today? This week?
We are in the state of Libya.
Aha.
Right. You know, Libya is known for many things, huh? Many things. But let me just give you a brief history of it. Huh?
Okay.
If you're talking about the early occupation of Libya was by the Ottomans, Ottoman Empire. That was in 1551. Huh?
Yes.
And then in 1911, there was the Italian invasion. Okay? Now, believe me, from that 1911 to 1951, there was a resistance by the Libyans. Okay? Then, the Tripolitanian Republic, meaning, of course, the biggest city and capital city is called Tripoli.
Yes.
But there was a republic that was called the Tripolitanian Republic. It was formed in 1918. The Kingdom of Libya was formed in December 1951. After that, 1969. Coup d'etat. Yes, coup d'etat by Muammar Gaddafi.
Yes.
And should we say from that point onwards, a lot changed in Libya. Sawa. Yeah, we're not going to go into the details of the politics of oil, blah, 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 blah.
Human, what are they called? Those things.
We will look into it in due course. In the course of the week, we'll talk about the population, talk about the language, okay? We'll talk about the position it holds in Africa, why it's important. We'll talk about that.
Human rights issues.
Human rights.
Slavery.
That is an excellent topic because excellent. We will look into it in the course of the week.
All right.
Now the proverb, he who has luck will have, excusez-moi s'il vous plaît, he who has luck will have the wind blow him his firewood.
He who has luck will have the wind blow him
his firewood.
So you won't struggle to light the fire.
Yeah.
Actually, that's what we usually do. Whenever tunakisha jiko ya makaa,
you face it
towards the direction that the wind is coming from.
Yes.
Then the wind will do the rest of the work.
Now, once you've ignited that fire, what do you keep? Maize cobs? Do you
anything that is dry enough to
grass,
catch fire? Yeah, it could be twigs, grass, fire. Not fire. Grass, papers. What are these things called?
Which ones?
Hii karatasi ya maziwa hii. ile Tetra Pak ile.
Lakini cardboard ni mzuri.
Cardboard inakuanga mzuri, but that is what I would use while starting wood fire. Firewood. Wood fire. Yeah. Ile ya 3 stones ile. That are now I'll use cardboards because they will hold the heat longer. But hii ingine ndio ziingie pale ndani ya kale kajiko ile meko ile miguu 3 ile. Naingiza huko makaratasi kidogo kidogo, alafu hapa juu ya makaa sometimes unaweka tunyasi hutu tumekauka hivi. Ndio moto kishika kule chini na shika hapa juu.
Concentration ya heat iwe pale, makaa shike moto. Then sasa upepo.
Bas.
Ili ene.
Yes.
Ndio hiyo.
Lakini sasa niko mtaani Nairobi and I want to cut corners ka petroli kidogo.
It works. But there is a specific accelerant. Yes.
Kerosene? Paraffin?
No. It's an accelerant. You actually buy it in the supermarket.
Oh, there is?
Yes, there is.
Because last I checked, it's either that ama I use methylated spirit.
No, wewe ulisoma science,
so
unaelewa.
Akili ni nyingi hapa.
Unaelewa this combustible blah blah. But there is a specific accelerant ambayo unaweza kununua kwa supermarket for mambo hayo.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yes.
I'll look for it. You'll tell me about it.
I will tell you about it.
Nendo nanyunyuzia pale.
Kidogo tu.
Unawasha kamoto na inafanya kazi yake.
Yes.
Unaiweka pale kwa upepo.
Yes.
It does its thing.
It does its thing, and the flame stays alive for a while.
Much longer.
It does the thing.
Ebu rudia tena hiyo methali kwa wale mabia wajisikia.
He who has luck will have the wind blow him his firewood.
I like that. These Libyans knew what they were doing. They were lighting fire, burning things down. As we get into today's stories, someone says, yeah, hi CT and Mbuvi. At last, I have found a radio station that I listen to without holding a remote to change, because both of you are exemplary, mature, educated, knowledgeable, and conversant with so many issues around our country. Tumpige kura, eh? The all important thing that makes me want to listen to you is that you don't whine and prefer to discuss solutions, not just the problems. So cheers.
Thank you very much, sir.
Shukran sana kwa kutupatia maneno hayo mazuri sana.
Kupatia morali ile.
Ndio hiyo morali. Sasa radi nimepata psyche ya
tumemotishwa
kipindi cha leo.
Yes.
MC Tonje from Uhoroni says happy new week. Well, MC Tonje, happy new week to you too. Shall I get into that thing that we call radiogeneration.co.ke? Yes, I shall.
Right.
The first story is on MP Njeri Maina, who calls for probe into Kaluma's alleged incitement remarks. Njeri Maina yule wa DCP yule amesema hivi, Kirinyaga woman representative Njeri Maina has called on the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI, National Cohesion and Integration Commission, and Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions to investigate Homa Bay Town MP Peter Kaluma over remarks she alleges could incite hostility against government critics. Maina said political leaders should be held to the same legal standards, arguing that Kaluma should face investigation if his remarks are found to constitute hate speech or incitement. She made the remarks on Sunday during a church service at PCA, Reverend Samuel Marima Memorial Church in Egatod South, Kiambu County, where she joined former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and other leaders in criticizing the government over recent incidents of political violence. Okay. All right.
Say okay one more time.
Okay. Umeona kine Gachagua ameambia Kagombe mwenye tulihost hapa hivi. Amemwambia seek forgiveness from voters after leaving UDA. Democracy for Citizens Party Rigathi Gachagua has told Gatundu South MP Gabriel Gavuka Kagombe to seek forgiveness from Gatundu residents rather than from him after leaving the United Democratic Alliance. Gachagua was responding to Kagombe's appeal for reconciliation following his departure from UDA and shift away from President William Ruto's political camp. Speaking on Sunday, Gachagua said he had forgiven politicians who supported his removal from office, including those who turned against him during his tenure as deputy president. Yeah. Lakini hawa watu niulize, wamefanya hivi cha ukweli ama tu ni survival? Hii ni survival.
It is survival. Every indication is that they're in survival mode.
Yeah.
You see, it makes you wonder. So, the entirety of our political landscape is about survival. It's not about principle. It's not about positions that people take. They are people. The gentleman who passed away, the MP for Kalau, that man stood on a Jubilee ticket even when it was clear that there was a UDA wave. And they elected him for the third time. The question that you ask is, remember we're talking about Olkalau, I said, even as we talk about all these things, we should ask ourselves, what sort of people are these in Olkalau? Because they were not moved by the wave. And it's not that Olkalau didn't have a UDA candidate. They did. But they chose this person. Meaning, they decided they're voting for the person.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Now, do we have very many such people in this country? People who will stand on a principle and say, look, I am going to stand on this ticket. If I win, so be it. If I don't, so be it. Yes, but I'm not changing. That politics I'm not playing. But the vast majority of our people seem to be wind vanes. It blows this way, they move that way. It blows that way, they move that way. Now, if that is how they practice their politics, how do you think they are going to practice the promises that they made for and you? How do you think they're going to manage the affairs that you elected them to look after for you?
You know, myself, then I was reminded of Honorable Joe Mutambo that we, had a conversation with here just a few days ago. And I remember him saying that in the last election, he stood on a UDA ticket, right? And then he lost the election. The last one, he supported his wife, I believe.
He did.
Yes, he supported
on
his
a
wife.
UDA ticket.
But before that, he was on a Jubilee ticket.
He was on a Jubilee ticket and he lost.
Yeah, then he lost. Then the wife stood on a UDA ticket, unfortunately also lost that particular fight. But the reminding that I'm talking about here is, did he do this on principle or did he do this because walikuwa wame fall out na mheshimiwa Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka? You know? He tunaweza attribute to what he?
Look at it this way. The Swahili have a saying which I will paraphrase. Asiyekutaki hakuambii sio.
Ama I think ni akufukuzea kwambii toka. Ama ni gani?
That's why I said I'm paraphrasing.
Oh, okay.
To suit the purposes that of what I want to say.
Okay, so asiyekutaka?
Hakuambii.
Okay.
Yes. You see, everything he narrated here tells you it was clear. In his mind, he tried. He realized I'm not wanted here. Yes. To him it was obvious.
Yeah.
He said,
so he knows for sure he can't stand on a wiper ticket. Like you imeenda unless they reconcile.
Yes, and he is interested. I don't think he'll believe the reconciliation.
No, reconciliation has to come with something like I forgive you. Forgive me.
He will not. From what I heard, I was listening very keenly to what he went through. He will not believe any reconciliation. He'll tell them, "Thank you, I've heard."
Yeah,
but he'll proceed to stand
with on a UDA ticket.
Said, with all due respect, remember, it wasn't just standing on on a wiper ticket.
Yeah,
he narrated to us how he had there were appointments that he was slated to receive. They were interfered with.
Yeah,
and it wasn't
at every point. Zilikuwa zinakatwa kwa miguu.
How much evidence do you need?
Yeah. But City, again, let's not forget that we live in a country where people are incarcerated by a sitting government, and then eventually they come out and they make friendship with the same government.
Yes. You were against the government. You see, the enmity is clear from day one.
Yeah.
You are government, I'm opposing government, we're not friends. So, if I incarcerate you, I am consistent. I'm showing you we are not friends.
So I wouldn't be shocked if somewhere towards the end of this campaign period we see Honorable Joe Mutambo and Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka perhaps having some cup of tea. And then him being presented as, a candidate of a certain area.
That would constitute a surprise as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's wait and see. But when you look at the kitu yote nikakumbuka what Joe told us. Are we doing this because, are they doing this because of principle? Some of these folks.
What principle? That's the question, because it's a principle of survival, then indeed
then there's a principle.
They are adhering to that principle. But if you're saying, you're talking about, and in this instance, Paul, we cannot blame our politicians, aspirants, and if I may use a Kenyan term, and otherwise, you can't blame them. The reason we can't blame them,
right?
Our political parties don't really stand on any political policy, any political position. Nah. They're just political parties, and they have owners. It's not really complicated. Okay?
Yes.
It's a club that you join. Yes.
Again, as we get into the traffic, I'm asking myself, regarding Gachagua,
yes,
and his
brigade,
yes, and those folks who are leaving UDA to join DCP, are they doing this on principle?
The voter,
it's survival.
The voter in the mountain,
has told them,
no, is inclined towards Gachagua. It's that same voter you're going to go to. So how do you go to that voter who has told you where their preference is, and then you have to go and present them with what exactly?
So where does this leave Jubilee, the Jubilee Party?
Should we say, if I may use a term before you read what you want to read, they're left hanging loose?
Because Gatundo, first of all, he is President Uhuru's MP. Like literally, he is the former president's member of parliament.
Yes.
You would think at the very least he would say, if bad, I'm going to run on a Jubilee ticket and let's see where this takes me.
Paul, do you know what you're saying and the topic you began now? Do you know how very significant it is?
I'm actually...
No, I am telling you, because Kenyans have a front row seat in looking at these politicians who want us to think of them as leaders and honorables, okay? Please observe their behavior and take note.
Yes.
That's the person you're going to elect to represent you. Take note.
Yeah. Okay, they might not elect them, but that is a person that will present himself for election.
That's why I said this is the person who wants you to elect them.
Yes.
So just take note. Take note. Watu wetu baba wako na msimamo, lakini kile ninachoona mimi ni kwamba msimamo wao ni ya kiubinafsi.
Iko inclined kukua kibinafsi.
Yes.
Hapa si ati ni mambo na wananchi.
Si ati inclined.
Ni. Tuache kubita around the bush.
Hapana. Wacha usitambe bwana. This thing ni ya ubinafsi. Yes. So once you understand that, if you understand that and you vote, then you have voted correctly. You know what you're voting for. You must understand. Don't expect things that people are not able to do, even if they promise you. So just vote because you feel you want to vote for this person. If somebody isn't telling you how they're going to change your life, I was having this conversation with my Uber guy, a guy called Kiarie. He comes from Daragwa. And this is where Honorable Kioni comes from.
Yes.
That guy made me laugh. Said, we elected somebody who's also called Gachagua.
In the area?
Yes, he told me. He said, we made a mistake. We should have just stayed with Gachagua, with Kioni. I said, bwana.
Jamaa.
Hakuna kitu jamba nasaidia sisi. Now that's his view. I told him, you people are farmers. The thing that this leader is supposed to do for you is to make sure that when things are discussed about the allocation of resources, that's his job in parliament. To make sure he brings your problems there so that resources are allocated to solve your problems. And then there's the county government, and you must understand what the county government's role is and what it's supposed to do. Said they have money to do these things. So if you are not being helped to improve your crop, to improve the marketing and the sales of it, to get better value for it. If you are dairy farmers and you don't have cooling plants, or there's no plan to have a dairy, said you really need to look at those leaders with a very keen eye.
Why did they unelect Kioni in the first place?
Party.
Ni chama.
Party.
Unaona hiyo jinga ya chama hii? No, on a serious note. Mimi sasa mali tumefika. Chama can go huko and burn in hell. It's the individual, and I hope Kenyans are seeing it that way.
At the end of the day, you really need to vote for that person.
Because I don't know if Kioni performed during his time.
This particular person said he did.
Then why on earth would you not elect him?
You see, if you look at, say, an MP like Nidi Nyoro, his people like him.
So even if you were to stand today on a wiper ticket, I expect his people to vote for him.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are individuals who are liked. Shakil Shabir is liked. An outlier, if you're looking at the place he stands at Kisumu East, okay? They keep electing the man.
Yeah.
It's not as though other people who you would argue are indigenous to Kisumu East don't stand. Oh, they do. They do vie. And they do lose. Okay? Last voting, they lost. The one before that, they lost. The one even before that one, they lost. So,
there's something about this man.
Yeah, these people have figured out, we know you, we know even your great-grandparents, but this guy is the one we're voting for.
So, he has performed.
Yeah, we know. We know why we're voting for this person.
You see, hapa ndio nilikuwa nasema sasa kama Nyoro, Ndindi Nyoro wa Kiharu. Mimi nina expect hata akikuja na chama inaitwa ODM.
No, bro, sorry. Sorry.
Hata ipigia kura.
Manzi hata pata hiyo kitu. Ataambiwa tu bro fanya hivi we're going to vote for you batoka kwa hii chama.
Either run as an independent or come with your own party.
We bro, okay. Ukiamua utaki hizi party zetu kwenda wiper.
At the very least.
Please, asia au ni wako tu hapa karibu.
Oh my God, this country of ours is sad. But you know, I look at other countries and now I understand why they don't have many parties like us. They probably have 1, 2, zikienda sana 5, 6.
Oh, they have more parties than you know.
No, but
the parties you hear of are the prominent ones.
But they do not have those affiliations of, we are Kambas and we are Kikuyus and we are Luos. Them, they are laborers. They will have, like the environmentalists you were talking about the other day. They will have guys who are conservative,
True.
And utapata conservatives are everywhere. Yeah. Laborers are everywhere.
The reason why that has been made possible was because of the Industrial Revolution. Which brought about urbanization.
Yeah.
Urbanization brought a mix of all manner of people from all over the countryside into this place called an urban center. And as that evolved, the thing that would unify them was a thing they had in common. And many of them, what they had in common, many were factory workers. So a party like the Labour Party would make sense to them. Now the others were just landowners. They'd been landowners, they continue being landowners, they were Whig members, they're members of the Conservative Party by virtue, because anyway, they actually favor that old system, monarchy, et al. Sasa, sisi, hatujafika huko. The vast majority of our population are still in the rural areas.
Okay.
So, we will still think the way we think. Urbanization is what waters this thing down. And it's what brings about this situation where if you have a political party and it has a stand and it stands for something, you will actually have a following irrespective of where they come from.
All right. Let's check out the traffic. What's happening in your neck of the woods? Amani barabara.
Traffic.
So, let me refresh this thing called the map. Okay. Barabara zinakaa sawa. Ngong Road, Kikambala kule, Agings Kodek, Hele Selassie, Landis Road. Basically, Nairobi County, not looking bad. That's a place that usually has traffic called Thika Superhighway. Pale Pangani. Okay, traffic is back, kinda ish. On Kiambu Road though, not much can be talked about. Traffic inaanzia kule Utalii, inateremka all the way mpaka Hash Grill. But after that, you guys are moving quite well. Moving back all the way to Kenyera University. You guys are moving vizuri. I'm interested in this other side of Akina Rongai. Rongai kokote kuko sawa. That is Ongata Rongai. That entire stretch coming to Karen Hadi, watu wa Ngong Road pia coming all the way from Sita Mngong. Yo barabara yote iko fiti. Wayakiwe as well, no complaints whatsoever. You guys are moving quite well. If I go all the way to Mombasa County also moving quite swiftly at this particular hour. Todonoka, kule pembe za ndovu, Moi Avenue, nini, everything is looking mwah. But if you see something I need to know about, well, holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Starting with Taifa Leo, Sifuna atikisa ngome ya Wanga. Makabiliano wanasema makali ya kisiasa yaliyoshuhudiwa Jumapili katika kaunti ya Homa Bay yamefichua vita vinavyozidi kushika kasi vya kutaka kudhibiti ng'ombe ya kisiasa ya marehemu Raila Odinga, huku makundi hasimu yakijiandaa kwa uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka wa 2027. Vuguvugu za Linda Mwananchi ilikaidi vizuizi vya barabarani, uvamizi na hatimaye kuandaa mikutano Nyandiwa, Sindo na Homa Bay mjini. Did you see people started, mobilizing at around 5 a.m.? Hey! Perhaps even earlier. Like at 5 we had crowds. And I was like, Atakama.
What happens is this, remember, it didn't start this way. It was just, they had a rally here, then they had a rally in Kitengela. Not much would be made of it. Then they started moving out. Again, okay. Then they had a rally in Kisumu, and it was here. Then they came back again to Nairobi. Then here.
Then they did Thika, and then guys were like, hold it. Thika. Yani mnataka kuniambia kuna watu Thika wanaweza tokezea rally ya Sifuna.
Namba ile uliona bali.
Na mali kuna Babu Owino. Na mali kuna Osotsi. Na akina Richard Jonyonka. Watu wakasema hapa kuna kitu.
And then kuna mzee mmoja pia umemsahau.
Nani yule?
James Orengo.
Aha, sorry sana. James Oresh aka Jimmy. Anaitwa Jimmy.
Yes, Jimmy.
So watu wakatokezea and people were like, hold on.
Then wakapanga msafara kwenda Western. Tembea akasema alita mkutano akamwambia nyinyi watu sikizeni bwana na wageni msiniaibishe.
Yes.
Sikia.
Please.
Wana watu wangu. Tanzania technically is actually in the Rift Valley. Yes,
it is.
So.
Very much so.
Si anaenda Rift Valley?
We.
The way factor now came in. Then they went to Bungoma. Salala.
Then that was that.
Sasa ndio hiyo. So haya mengine ambayo tunayaona, wajua uvumi ikienea, what happens is people feel wait, we can't be left behind. Sasa ile way vile, this is how it builds up.
Yeah.
But let me pour a little cold water on it again.
Please do.
This has to translate into votes.
It does. It has to. And this is what I think Sifuna needs to do now. And team, not just Sifuna, because he's not alone.
But watch a bigger number kwanza. But say what you're going to say.
Watu wanafaa saizi wakitokezea kwa interview. Tuseme wakuja Radio Generation. Bwana, those guys need to have solid points to tell Kenyans. Apart from, rally kinyo unasema kwa rally ni tofauti na kinyo unaweza sema kwa podium kama hii.
Somebody told me something the other day, which I found particularly interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think it was Yego in the studio as well.
Yes.
He said, what they need to do? Okay. Why don't they ask IEBC to pitch a few tents in their rallies?
And register people.
Yeah. I would take it further. These fellows who register people for IDs, why don't they just pitch a tent or tents?
Actually, they should in advance tell people we'll be coming, for example, to Kitui County, pale karibu na the stadium.
Yes.
As we get there, IBC is going to be there from morning 8 o'clock. They'll be registering you guys, so that by the time we are getting there for the rally, we actually speaking to actual voters, not just crowds.
Yes.
That would actually be a good idea.
Yes.
Yes. So nataka tukikuja Kitui tunakuja kuongelesha voters. We're not coming to speak to people.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
That would be awesome.
Yes.
Na utabaki hapo hata after tumeondoka, utabaki pale.
The voter, once you're a voter, it's not an entry ticket to the stadium. No. It's yours. So
Kalonzo ataka Omolo ajiuzulu. Kinara wa Wiper asema katibu wa usalama ameshindwa kuzima magenge ya kisiasa. Hiyo katika ukurasa wa 3. Pendekezo wenyeji vyuo vya KMTC watengewe nafasi. Pendekezo wenyeji ina maana nini? Wabunge wataka vyuo vya mafunzo ya utabibu vilivyojengwa kwa fedha za CDF vitenge nafasi maalum kwa wanafunzi kutoka maeneo husika. Okay. Not a bad suggestion. Barabara za mabilioni zilivyokuza biashara, hii utaipata katika ukurasa wa 2. Ujenzi wa barabara nchini umechochea uchumi. Alafu Joho aponea kesi ya uadilifu, ni afueni kesi iliyotaka waziri huyo atangazwe kama asiyefaa kushikilia wadhifa wa umma ikitupwa. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa 4. Arsenal waponyoka na Community Shield. Mabingwa wa EPL walizamisha Man City kwenye finali jana. Waliwatandika ngapi? 3-0. Inaitwa clean sheet. Your game ilikuwa wagwan. All right. First of all, in the first minute, Arsenal had already gotten a goal. You know what first minute means? Like between 0 and 60 seconds.
Beep.
Ndani.
Ndani.
Kidogo hivi watu wakifanya hivi ingine pa. Then yesterday Arsenal were on a roll.
They were?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Triumphant. They're calling it triumphant. This is on the front page of the Standard. The dusty and forceful entry into Homa Bay, that's what they're calling it, unstoppable. Hostile attacks by goons wielding crude weapons, barricaded roads and burning tires disrupted the Linda Mwananchi Brigade's tour of Homa Bay yesterday as political tensions in the region remained high. For much of the day, the Edwin Sifuna-led team boldly resisted the traps, choosing to navigate through terrain to reach designated rally venues where they addressed hundreds of supporters as violence threatened to overshadow the political tour. Meanwhile, calls for the arrest of Homa Bay Town MP Peter Kaluma of alleged inflammatory remarks remained unanswered by the NCIC, DPP and DCI, raising fresh questions over selective enforcement of the law and the government's handling of political violence. But hii gari inashindanga tu na nani Sifuna na ujamaa wa Embakasi ni Babu Wino. Anasema tu inashindanga tu na watu wawili. Sijaona mtu mwingine kwa hiyo gari. All right?
If you look at the pictures, there are 3 people. Angalia hiyo.
Kwa hiyo gazeti yako. Sasa kwa hii Standard Standard tu ni Sifuna pale na Wino. Na Babu. Haya, ya mwisho acha niangalia haraka. Daily Nation front page says, battle for Raila staff. The Linda Mwananchi Brigade led by Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna defied goon attacks and road barricades to storm Homa Bay town for the breakaway ODM faction's inaugural rally in the country. The dramatic showdown intensifies the battle for the stronghold of veteran opposition leader Raila Odinga, who died last October, between the Orange Party faction opposed to President William Ruto's re-election and its pro-government rival. This story is on page 4. Yani amevaa t-shirt hapa mbele inauliza, who has told you? Anajaribu kuambia guys. Anawakumbusha Raila hii kitu ni kama hakuwa amebless till the very end. But here is a funny thing. Manzi atujuangi kama Raila alikuwa amebless ama alikuwa ameikasa ama alikuwa amesema tu guys. This is, and it's unfortunate every single day we usually ask these questions, and the only person who could answer us and give us a definitive answer died last year. Yendi angetuambia tu ase. You know, it's like when a father leaves his lands, his estate, and then people fight over it. This is exactly what is happening.
Do you know, there are people like yourself who study sciences. Huh?
Yeah.
In the absence of concrete scientific evidence, what we call empirical, what do people then do? They take certain assumptions. And they say, let us correlate these issues and look at how this man functioned. Okay? That Sifuna was opposed to teaming up with ODM teaming up with William Ruto.
Yeah.
There's evidence to support that particular view. That Babu Owino, to start off with, did not want the handshake with Uhuru, was there from the beginning. And same with this one. Yeah. Now, if you look at Raila Odinga, the man, and how he went about his business, there are those who say, but these are people who are openly defying Baba. I'm of a contrary view. What makes you think they are defying Baba? Now we are entering the realm of suppositions. What makes you think they are defying Baba? What if this was the play?
From the very beginning.
Guys, look, for this thing to make sense, huh? I know you guys are opposed to it. I understand. So you stay that way. Me, I'll go ahead. Let's see how this thing works.
Yeah.
Because we're not sure how this thing is going to pan out. Okay? So to keep this guy on tenterhooks, you guys keep the pressure up. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Pile it on. When people complain, we'll just tell them, guys, just take it easy.
Yeah.
But don't remove your foot from the pedal.
And that would have been the game plan even when Baba was alive.
That's precisely what I'm saying, because you enter into an association with someone you've worked with before.
Yeah.
You're not sure what this person is thinking. You're not sure what he's planning. Shouldn't you have a plan B?
Because it took a hell of a lot of time for them to remove Sifuna as the Secretary General number one.
Yes, and they could only do that after Raila had passed away. Yes. So
is it possible that kuna watu wamebadilisha hii game because now that Baba isn't there, na lazima tumbo zilishwe?
yes, if we were in this supposition game again,
yeah.
you would say, for instance, and you listen to what people have said, and people say many things, that even the positions like people like Mbadi and the other took, okay, these positions were announced when Baba was still out of the country. Okay, there are those who argued that knowing Baba as he is, he would not have given those positions to people who come from Luo Nyanza.
Yeah.
What he would have done was he would have tried to be democratic with that division. And there are people who said, no. We have to have our own people in this thing, for heaven's sake. Man, we all go Kwani. Now, if you look at anyone who has stayed in power for as long as Raila did, believe me, you are constantly juggling issues with people. Constantly.
Yeah.
You know how so-and-so thinks, you know how so-and-so thinks, and you know exactly where to place them. You know at which point to bring them closer, at which point to bring this person closer, at which point to keep that person. You know.
You know.
There is no party that has lasted that long that does not have factions within it.
Mimi sijui Baba sana venye watu walikuwa wanamjua, but mimi ninajua kitu kimoja. There's a very huge likelihood that Baba would have had, even if not him, but ODM would have had a presidential candidate in the next election.
Believe me, how do you keep your partner in check? You don't tell him we're going to give you a free pass to the presidency. Tell you, guy, even as we can stand, we are supporting you for the moment because we don't want this thing to go belly up.
Yeah.
Okay? That's it.
Niko na feeling kubwa sana. Baba ange support, hata kama si yeye angesimama, chances za yeye angesimama. There's a 90% chance yeye mwenyewe angesimama. Lakini angesema he would have chosen someone.
Paul, if you look at how our politics has been played over the years and people who understand it, at any given moment in time, there are always people who are in positions. You ask, this person's region is this way inclined and this person from that region is, what's happening? It's never accidental.
And I think Baba would have supported someone from the opposition.
Look, Sifuna worked closely with their party leader.
Yeah.
Probably closer than most of these people who now are speaking. Okay. The only other person who would have been Raila's whisperer is his brother.
Yeah.
Okay. And remember, he has a sister as well, who is a politician and the women rep for Kisumu County. So, if you understand, that's why I said, you take a step back and ask yourself, what sort of person was this man? You will realize that he was not a man who was just gung-ho.
Yeah.
He was a man who was cautious, and he had survived this game because he understood it.
Over to you, CT.
I'm looking at a picture here. This picture seems to be taken in a place called Sindo. Sindo is the administrative headquarters of Suba district, or Suba sub-county as it would now be called. Interview section, rotate managing a closed pension scheme needs a different strategy. News, record bonds demand fires money markets as CBK gets 460 billion bid. 203 billion shadow market threatens lives, taxes and legit businesses. This is bang in the middle of the paper. Cheap spirits, boom. Inside Kenya's fake alcohol business. Okay? This one should be an interesting story. We will deliver Western. Vote to Ruto in 2027, Musalia tells residents. Okay? Government to cushion Trans Nzoia farmers affected by poor harvest amid low rain. Okay. I would have assumed that if your crops are rain-fed, that you would have a plan B. Every time I used to pass by Naivasha and I look at the Delamere farm, they were always irrigating.
Yeah.
That place is semi-arid. So they long understood the need to irrigate. Up the mountain, from Naivasha, you go to Nyandarua. There's water on that side. Now, one of the things that Lord Delamere did in the early 1920s, he actually invested in getting water from Nyandarua into that area of Naivasha. Okay. So, what I'm saying is, all these years, these guys have been farming, they don't have a plan B. Okay. Attempts by suspected goons to disrupt rally thwarted. That is a picture bang in the middle of the paper. Okay. China imports increase as mega projects take off. Kenya imports from China jumped by 34.7% in the first 5 months of 2026, coinciding with the rollout and preparation of key infrastructure projects under the President William Ruto's administration. Hapa nimechanganya kizungu kidogo. Treasury signals income tax relief with 78 billion cuts. The Treasury expects Kenyan budget deficits to grow by 143 billion to 1.285 trillion shillings. Driven by high interest payments on domestic debt. Right. Question is, what denomination did we borrow in? If we borrowed in euro or dollars, sisi iko shida.
We are cooked.
Should we say in the process of? Not fully. NSSF eyes offshore stocks in portfolio diversification. National Social Security Fund is planning to deepen its investment in offshore listed share and private equities as it looks to diversify its portfolio. Housing levy defaulters face PIN bank account freezes. Workers, traders, and employers risk bank account freezes, asset seizures, and PIN deactivation as the Kenya Revenue Authority prepares to launch a crackdown on housing levy defaulters. Okay?
And so defaulters, I don't get. They want to go after folks who are not paying housing levy.
Defaulters, yani you're supposed to pay and you're not paying.
Sio kiti nakatangwa kwa mshahara direct.
That's why they mentioned employers.
Okay.
Kuna watu nafikiri unakatwa lakini employer
haremit
skumi pesa huko.
Kuna employers pia walipangi NSSF, NHIF, okay, well SHIF now.
Pia ilikuwa kuna hata NHIF walikuwa pia hawalipi na wamekata. All right. Changes to the law which took effect on July 1st allows the KRA to enforce collection of unpaid levies through tough measures deployed to tax cheats and defaulters. KRA has been collecting levy equivalent to 1.5% of gross payment on income from July 2024, but lacked the legal powers to crack down on defaulters, allowing thousands of workers and firms to evade payment. The Finance Act 2026 plugged the loophole and offered the KRA a higher commissions on taxmen on collections of housing levies, whose collection in the year of June stood at 79.9 billion.
That is how much housing levy has been collected.
Nimesikia hiyo yote.
79.9
billion shillings. CAK's 15 billion demand blocks Diageo's EABL. Say, woo. The Competition Authority of Kenya is demanding that East Africa Breweries Limited establish a 15.5 billion reserve fund before approving Diageo's sale of 65% stake in their brewers, forcing a stalemate of 388.2 billion deal. The competition watchdog wants EABL to establish a dedicated reserve equivalent to 4% of the transaction value that Japan's Asahi, not Ashahi, Asahi Holdings will pay Diageo for liabilities that will crystallize after the deal.
Asahi is the EABL of Japan.
Kubwa.
It's the biggest in the region, actually. Yeah.
This has triggered protests from EABL and Asahi, who have accused the CAK of assuming powers of the court. Multiple people familiar with the stalemate told the Business Daily the money would be ring-fenced and used to settle or resolve claims, disputes, liabilities, and other legal or regulatory challenges involving third parties. And CAK told the National Assembly's Finance Committee.
So we have Luis Rudasingwa saying good morning to you too. Willis Juma, good morning City and Mbuvi. It's another Monday and we are grateful. Homa Bay rally showed us how bad road structures are bad in where millions is being distributed in form of empowerment. Watu wanafaa kuwa wameona hiyo mambo. Willis Juma masema Honorable Kaluma, MCA Ogindo and Governor Gladys should be arrested. They cannot promote intolerance. Luis Rudasingwa masema Paul is on form this morning. What does that mean, Louise? Okay. I'm assuming it's a compliment. Then
it sounds to me like a compliment.
Mutodhia Vyaka amesema, good morning CT and Mbuvi. Have a great week. Kaluma should be arrested immediately. His dangerous utterances cannot be tolerated. CT, ita Kaluma kuja tuambie what exactly is not happening.
We'll call him so that he can tell us what he said. More importantly, what he meant.
Yeah, because he's gone silent after this whole
If I were him, I would.
Yeah. Greetings, CT and Mbuvi. Forgive the intolerance. That is Douglas Kibogong.
No, we cannot forgive intolerance. Chaos doesn't start in one fell swoop. It's incremental.
Inaanzanga pole pole.
And the moment you see intolerance being the order of the day, you are fermenting problems whose outcomes you do not wish upon yourself or even on your worst enemy. No, we cannot accommodate intolerance.
Let's take a break. When we come back, I'll definitely give the rest of you shout outs. Ninaona kuna wenye wamekuja pivi bright and early, some of you brand new folks, which we appreciate. Right now though, here's the news with Winberg Ganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Kericho are investigating the deaths of 2 secondary school students whose bodies were found in a sugarcane farm after they went missing for 6 days. The victims, an 18-year-old Form 4 boy and a 16-year-old Form 3 girl, were reportedly abducted before their bodies were discovered in Kongairen village. The kidnappers are said to have demanded a ransom of 20,000 Kenya shillings. However, the two were allegedly killed after the family reported the matter to police.
Itu kama saa 3 hivi baba haka akaingia, nilikuwa nasikia tu anaongea na msichana kwa simu ati amekidnapiwa, ati wanataka 20,000 alafu waachwe.
Tumeshangaa, tulikuwa kanisa tukisikia watoto ati wamewaa kwa shamba yangu, kufika kwa shamba watoto wamenuka. Tunasikia uchungu kabisa, serikali utusikie kabisa.
Ono ya serikali ni mrefu. Nataka watu wanaswe, waseme nia ilikuwa nini na wakafanya hii kinyama kwa nini.
The Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims has condemned political activities and violence in the country, warning leaders against action that could divide Kenyans. SUPKEM National Chairman Hassan Olenado has also backed President William Ruto's Beyond Vision 2030 initiative, urging politicians to keep politics out of the process. The council says it will take part in public consultations to ensure the needs and aspirations of the Muslim community are included in the new development plan.
We issue stern warning to all political actors: do not play games with the lives of our people. The Beyond 2030 initiative is a vehicle for citizens' well-being, and we refuse to let it be sacrificed in the altar of toxic partisan politics.
Lazima tujaribu kuizungumza kwa kina na kuangalia gaps zote na challenges ambazo tulizonazo. Tuwaambia wanasiasa wasitudirel.
The government is considering measures to support farmers as prolonged dry weather threatens maize production in some parts of the country. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe says farmers affected by changing weather patterns will be supported as the government works to protect food security. Kagwe spoke after assessing the situation in Eldoret, Nandi and Trans Nzoia counties, where he acknowledged the impact of dry conditions on maize production. Agikuyu elders from Kiambu County have come to the defense of former President Uhuru Kenyatta, dismissing criticism against his administration as a political distraction. The leaders say Uhuru's development record remains unmatched and that projects initiated during his tenure continue to speak for his legacy. They argued that the focus should instead be on addressing the economic and social challenges facing Kenyans rather than attacking the former president.
Uhuru ni kiongozi wetu, rais wa 4 ambaye aliongoza nchi hii na tumeona mazao baada ya Mwai Kibaki. Na wale wenye wameshindwa wengine na siasa wanafikiria wanamtetea rais Rais Ruto kwa kutukana Uhuru Kenyatta. Hata yeye mwenyewe haifai, na tunaomba Uhuru Kenyatta usiwajibu wewe Uhuru Kenyatta wenye wanakutukana na sio warika yako, achana na hawa. Walikupotea wamepotea. Na mwenye anafikiria akikutukana atapata kura, labda sijui, lakini kama angefaa angeongea na wananchi wataelewa na labda watawapigia kura.
Russia says at least 7 people have been killed in what officials describe as Ukraine's largest scale drone attack this year. More than 800 drones were reportedly launched, with hundreds targeting Moscow. A warehouse belonging to Russian online retailer Wildberries was among the sites hit. Meanwhile, Russian strikes on Ukraine have also killed at least 7 people and injured more than 39. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungala, Mbuvi, and this is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. 88.8 FM Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. City, you enjoy cappuccino, latte, or espresso? Ama wewe tu
You know how long it has taken me to understand that language you've just spoken?
Italian.
You espresso, latte.
It's actually Italian.
Yes.
Yes. Ulikuja kuiunderstand juzi ama
no,
kitambo kidogo.
I decided this thing because I go to ask for I explain what I want.
Yep.
And coffee with milk. So I've explained.
Okay. Yes.
Then I'm told.
So is it latte?
Cappuccino,
You're like, guys, can I just have coffee?
Okay. What do you call coffee with milk? Again.
There's latte.
They explain to you, then there's you,
cappuccino.
Then they tell you, do you want single or double? I say, okay, single is what? I said, double is... okay. So let me repeat again.
Just
coffee with milk. Okay.
Period.
Kikombe size hii.
Sawa. No weke weke maziwa alafu uweke kahawa.
How you do it?
Na ukoroge unipatie.
Just go ahead and do what you do, but that's what I want.
Okay.
Am I understood?
Yeah.
I realize it is latte. So we no longer argue because I realize this thing.
Yeah.
It's the person who had a problem was me.
So you just walk in and you're like, cappuccino, please?
Latte.
Oh, latte. Okay.
Latte.
Sawa.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Nilikuwa nimesema acha nimalizie salamu hapa hivi za watu kadha wa kadha. Motodha nimekusalimia, shukran sana. Creative Dan says, morning Wisdomia City and Wiri Mbuvi Migori tuko tunasikiza bila bugda. RG ndio home. Okay. Creative Dan, karibu tena sana. Umesikia anasikiza bila bugda. Hata kerenye kifigo yani. Wajua anielewa? Alafu kuna Super Mwamba amesema, good morning City Mbuvi. The disappointing bit is the Homa Bay leaders who organized goons publicly will walk free. Peters Odongo amesema, Professor CT, good morning. Come lecture history at the University of Connecticut. We love your intelligence. Have you been to Connecticut?
No.
You've never been to Connecticut?
No.
Okay. Okay. If you find yourself in the United States of America, you can go to Connecticut.
Nipite tu huko niwaambie
nimekuja kuwafunza historia. Nimeambiwa hapa na kuna jamaa anaitwa Peter Odongo. Ameniambia nikuje hapa. All right. Then we have Gatimu. Good morning, folks. Gatimu, your message has just disappeared. There's an ad that has played na ikameza your message yako. But Gatimu alikuwa ametusalimia city. Ndio nimepata. Good morning, folks. You're awesome. Good day. Thank you so much, Gatimu. Willis Juma nimekutaja. DCP has locked Murima. City clarified. Congrats. DCP imeshika kitu Murima yani ni hivyo.
My friend, it is not me justifying or clarifying. It is me simply stating
what you have heard and seen.
Yes, what I've heard and what I have witnessed. People decide to follow a particular... we're not talking about reasons.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, if that particular leader is the leader of that particular party, so you could argue that that party has a following.
Yes, you could.
It is a party that they have owned. They consider their own.
Yeah.
So you can argue whichever way you like. There was a time Jubilee was seen as such a party. Okay? There was a time for the Sealy was seen as such a party. Okay? But now, DCP is seen as such a party. Yes. Not complicated. Yes.
Yeah.
But the story that must be said about the mountain, the political leanings, is the East and West story. But that, as it unfolds, we will talk about it.
No, that one we shall definitely call, these political commentators and political, strategists to let us know what they think about the East versus West mountain. That is Mount Kenya. Then we have, hapa kuna HRH Makanda amesema Kalonzo is a senior counsel who knows police is independent, but he would rather blame PS resigns. Not Kanja, but PS. Na amesema suspicious. Makanda. Alando amesema, good morning guys. The one thing that Sifuna and company really need is a solid plan of how they are going to implement changes into our policies, our governing authorities, and 100% adherence to the constitution. Oh yes. Ben Mbote, but mimi nakwambia kitu moja City. Akina Sifuna wakianza kuenda ma-interview sasa, wajipange. Si kufika tu pale na kusema unaona venye Homa Bay, unaona venye tulifanya, unaona msafara, unaona tulijitokeza, watu kujitokeza walikuja na tukaona ni sawa. But how do you convert those numbers to votes? Ben Mbote Adore amesema the leader mwananchi should take their campaigns to doorsteps of their sponsor. The alleged sponsor is Uhuru. So they're saying that they need to go to the mountain.
Let me put it this way. This is how our politics normally tend to take a nosedive.
Yeah.
Somebody offers an opinion, doesn't offer any fact to support it or evidence to support it, and there are people who are more than willing to lap it up and just accept it as the truth.
Yeah.
But let me ask the more pertinent question, which is on my mind. So, if they have a sponsor, let me ask again. So,
okay. Good question.
Politicians have sponsors. Candidates for seats have sponsors. Up to the level of the presidential candidate, they are sponsors.
There's no way Linda Mwananchi will do the kind of rounds they are doing if they do not have funding.
Look,
their own money will run
out. All the presidential candidates that we've heard of, I've not heard of any who have had people actually giving money. Okay? I have not heard. Have you heard? You haven't. I have not heard. I am saying this. Let's have an honest conversation on this particular matter, please. Campaign funding is allowed, but the whistle that starts the campaign period in this country hasn't been blown yet, officially. So these people, you could say, are going on a Meet the People tour. Okay? As for people supporting politicians and political parties, they are allowed.
So now that we're on that topic, who is sponsoring President Ruto? Who's funding President Ruto's campaign? Because he's campaigning.
Let's start it even earlier. Who funded his campaign in 2022? Who funded Uhuru? Look, the story goes on. Who funded Raila when he stood? Who funded Kalonzo?
Unajua kuna story ya kana kwamba not Ruto but Uhuru comes from old money. comes from, Jomo Kenyatta money. So him, according to, and you remember even in 2013, some of the things people are saying so that they can elect him. He's a billionaire. He's not going to get into government and steal our money.
Those are the narratives that I tell you about that are created to create an illusion that certain things are what they're actually not. Do you think people get rich by dishing out money? No, they don't. Rich people are rich because they're very careful about how they spend their money. Really, really careful.
Yeah.
But our politics being what it is, rich people will give money to politicians because they often need some influence in one way or the other.
It's very true.
The world over.
And that's why I'm saying in the case of President Uhuru, when he was campaigning both for 2013 and 2017, it was assumed that, hakuna pesa. I mean, Brookside, sijui Northlands, sijui they own half of Kenyan land. So according to Kenyans at the time and the conversations I had anyway.
No. Let me allow me to. That was not Kenyans. There's a term that is common in our speech that Kenyans have said is no. Okay. There are people who use that narrative to say exactly what you just said. Kenyans. Okay? It was them pushing a narrative and then it became a Kenyan narrative.
Lakini say ukiliza Mkenya, hata uulize Mkenya wa Homa Bay, uulize Mkenya wa pale hivyo Kilifi, umuulize wewe ukiulizwa Uhuru 2013 alitoa pesa wapi ya kukampeni, unadhani atakwambia ilitoka wapi? Jua kupatiwa na Kibaki.
Watakwambia
kwamba huyo msiri akona do.
Yes.
Si ndio wenye Brookside wakona do.
Yes, it is so. It is so. Let me just repeat again. When you have a presidential candidate, he may have money from here to whichever part of the world you think of, but there will still be people who offer money for his campaign. That's all I'm saying.
I like something Mbogwa has said here on our comment section. Anasema, if Uhuru is sponsoring Sifuna, it's with old stolen money. Ruto is funding himself with continuous stolen money. Bogwa, you're my kind of Kenyan. Unajua huyu ndio Mkenya harisi. Ule anakujaga anasema hiyo pesa kwani unadhani inatoka wapi? Wewe ukiulizwa ya Ruto inatoka wapi? Si ni anapeana kwa State House. Inatoka Treasury na inatoka huko kwa PS.
You know, Kenyans. Hey.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yes, sir.
Campaign funding is never from one source.
True.
Never.
And I agree with you. There are people who, even if they know you're a billionaire, they'll still come.
When you think
and they'll
if
contribute.
You're a billionaire, you will refuse a campaign donation.
Aje.
Wapi?
Hata kwa mazishi za mabilionea. Si unaonanga tu mtu anakuja anasema
nimetoa ng'ombe. Unaambiwa hata pay bill. Mpaka unauliza ali.
Uniuliza Kalonzo alitoa pesa ya campaign. Kalonzo because Kalonzo only ran for president once. That time when he lost na akapita katikati yao, he became vice president. Remember the time in 2008? Yeah, 2008. Yeah, that one. That is the only time Kalonzo ali ran for president. Had he run before? I think he had. But anyway, that was the last time he ran. And even him at the time he knew Ikitu. The most nakuja ni number 3. Right? And he was number 3 because it was at the time it was Kibaki, and then it was Raila, and then it was this other guy, and then that is Kalonzo. Then he decided, as you guys decide what is where with who, nimeingia gava. The other times Kalonzo was Nani's running mate, Rao's running mate, right? And in every instance alikuanga anatoa pay bill. Hapo ndipo pesa ilikuwa inatoka, na alikuwa anajua Rao, wewe mali unatoanga tu pesa huko tu ndio utatoa pesa tukimbie hii kitu. So Kalonzo story ya pesa hiyo kidogo inakuanga tricky, inakuanga ish. Yeah, so that is a conversation we shall definitely have. Our guest has arrived in studio. Mheshimiwa, karibu once again. Nilikuwa namaliza kusalimia watu. There is Rogers Mogaka amesema, give Onyango 200 to Ato Uma. What level of stupidity is that? This does not happen in any other region other than Luo. Painful but true. Is that so?
What happens?
You give Otieno money to beat Ouma. I think he's talking about what happened in Homa Bay.
But this person clearly doesn't look at what happens in our politics. When there was violence in Olkalau, who do they think was fighting the other?
Karanja fighting Kimani.
If there was a problem in Mbere, who do you think was fighting? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Point well made.
Yes.
Now, allow me to introduce Mhesh. Nani mwingine sijasalimia? Chris Forward nimekuona, Mbogo as well nimesoma, Kitungu nimekusalimia. Alando is laughing alongside me hapo venye nimecheka nikisema stories za campaign funding. But isn't it true? Hapo ndipo pesa tunajua mali pesa inatokanga watu.
There are always people who are willing to offer money to people who are campaigning.
Yeah.
Because the businessmen understand you will need, not you may, you will need these politicians.
True.
They know.
Let me introduce our guest. Maybe he will tell us how he funds his campaign. I'm talking about Senator Dan Manzo. He is a senator of the National Senate from Makueni County. Mheshimiwa, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Nice to have you.
Yeah, you know, the last time there is a story we never finished.
Yes, there is.
So you said you'll invite me again today so that we can be done.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of things have happened.
Since.
Yes.
How is the situation at home?
Makueni is fine. I went back to that family and we were able to rest their son, you know, and we are following up with IPOA to make sure that there are no more killings in police custody in that particular region. And I think one of the proposals I've made is there must be transfers. You know, when somebody overstays in an area, you get very familiar with the people and the report I got is that the young man was refusing to get into the cell, and that's where trouble began. He didn't believe there was a reason to be arrested, and he was arguing, you know, with the police. Why should you arrest me? What have I done? Somebody allegedly reported a small family quarrel, and he was wondering, why am I here? And then eventually, when he got killed in a police cell, they didn't call the family. They said, you know, he has hanged himself, but they never call a family member, and they are not far from the police post, to see the body before. They only call them to the morgue. So you know, this police brutality, really, we must work on it. It is increasing, especially as we go to the elections. People are intolerant. And we believe that, you know, the first place you should be very safe is in a police station or in the police post. That is the last place. And from the days of Ojwang, those cases have been very many all over the country. I think it's a high time now. People are supposed to take care of security.
Yeah.
Our security should be able to protect lives of Kenyans.
Speaking of which, Mwesh, we've never ever had of other witnesses being called to explain what happened, because I'm sure that police station wasn't empty. Wasn't anyone else arrested and kept in there, at least, that can come out and say, nilisikia tu kelele, nilisikia askari wakitoka kwa OB? No one is ever called out.
Yes. You know, they get intimidated. And what I found from the residents, they say, in fact, that place, if you are arrested, you're really beaten up.
Okay.
You know, with that jembe, mutia jembe. So before you are taken to court, you have already faced a lot of violence in that police post. So many people around there fear to get arrested, or even fear to go and report if somebody has attacked you. Because both of you, first of all, if you are involved in a fray, you see, it is the not policemen who punish people. It is the courts.
Yeah.
If people have been fighting in a bar, or small things should not result into death of, or small politics, because you know,
a family dispute. How did that then arise and someone died?
I know.
Yes,
that's very weird.
A family dispute should not end up in death, because that's very normal. People should just sort out their things and their life moves on.
Okay.
Yes.
Yesterday, Homa Bay, tuliona Linda mwananchi walienda. I don't know if you got to see the festivity, if I may call it.
Yes, I followed online a little bit, and I'm very proud of Sifuna and the team. They know every trick of the game in Nyanza. They've been there, and they are the ones carry the spirit of Baba. I am very disappointed with the Permanent Secretary of Interior. He promises one thing but gives another. he's been accused. And I think people should go on to verify this accusation that he did walks around with the goons and is the one who is the master of this business. Goons should not happen, where there are security systems. He's in charge of security in the country to a large extent. I know the IG is the one who officially should give the command. But what does the IG do when his own permanent secretary is moving around with goons? His home where he comes from, people are pelting stones, people are committing crime openly. I think what he says, all politicians should feel free to go and campaign. He should mean it. He promised that in Nakuru. We saw violence in Nakuru. And according to Orengo, who I have a lot of respect for, he says the language he had there in the Luo,
in Nakuru?
In Homa Bay.
Okay.
Is a language which was there in Rwanda before there were chaos. So the people who are doing this thing, they must know that Kenyans are documenting. And since Kenyans are documenting, there is every likelihood that if there is a problem in 2027, people will face the law. Even if there are rumors that some people are fed up with the Hague, the International Criminal Court, those who want to pull out can pull out. But the International Criminal Court is still very important. It is still relevant. It has not been wound up. The world community finds it important that it is there to deal with such people who cannot be prosecuted at home because of political connections. You see a prosecution in Kenya. If the DPP is urged by politicians or by powers that be, don't prosecute so and so, he is very helpless because the same people can impeach him at the house. So we people should not be protected while committing crime, and it doesn't matter who. If you are to stop this, you must sack from the top. If somebody is really double speaking, you promise there is not going to be violence, and you give violence. You make sure that the police doesn't stop it. And there's a way violence can be on such a large extent that it can overwhelm the police in the region or in that particular area. So I think if politicians allow people to go campaign and leave, just the way you will also go to people's region. So if Governor Wanga and the company and Kaluma and the rest who are being accused of hiring, these people are throwing stones, then one day they are going to campaign in another area. They are going to come to Machakos. They are going to go to Mombasa. They are going to go to Nakuru. Are they expecting to be pelted with stones wherever they go? So you not do to others what you expect them to do to you. I think this thing should stop immediately. And the people and the perpetrators, any politician who is perpetrating this, I like what the IBC said. These cases should be reported, and that person should be barred from campaigning or should be barred from going to the ballot. I think that's a real dower for a politician. If he cannot now access the ballot, and there must be very heavy fines because we are now going to the political period. There must be very heavy fines for a politician who sponsors goons. Very heavy by IBC.
Or who incites.
Inciting all that, and there is there is an agency, NCIC, multi-purpose, agency which is looking at all that, so that whatever evidence is as a threshold, then I believe these people should be stopped from running, even if they go to the courts, because I saw in that multi-agency they're also working with the court system. There must be a threshold. Probably we need to, when we are amending, because we are amending the Election Act and we are amending, things related to election crime. I think that should come out strong, that the IBC is empowered to refuse to allow that person to vie, so long as that person.
I thought the IBC had the powers.
It has, but their decision is still an administrative decision, so it can be challenged under judicial review.
That's fine.
It can be challenged.
But how often have we heard of them using that power so that it can be challenged, so that at least we understand that they've used their power? When have they ever used that power?
Well, in Olkarau, you saw people be fined heavily. Although they didn't find the candidate. You need to find the candidate. It is more painful when the candidate is fined. Yes, it is more painful because it means then you are losing the money you are campaigning with. it is going into, punishment for participating in violence and things like that.
There's something people also highlighted in this Linda Mwananchi tour. Barabara walikuwa wanasema ni mbaya sana. And according to City, he has explained to me that is a very important road and has been important for a very long time. So I would wonder why that road hasn't been given the prominence it needs. Is that a county issue? Is it a national government issue? Is it an MP issue? Who should really be taking care of that?
I'll tell you, recently the government brought a law, and to my surprise, it had gone through National Assembly. And that's why the current members of parliament have completely let down Kenyans. Because they are only rubber stamping what the executive is doing, and they have elevated the executive to be unchecked. There was a very useless law, unconstitutional, called the Roads Amendment Bill, which we rejected as a Senate because the Constitution never followed the Constitution. The Constitution recognizes national roads and county roads.
Yes.
And therefore, whatever belongs to the county should be devolved. Unfortunately, this government has completely failed to implement devolution. Devolution has been denied money. It is not in Homa Bay County.
Yeah.
All the counties, including Makueni, they have bad roads because the governor doesn't have enough funds to do so. And the management of doing roads is in a lot of confusion. All of us pay, roads levy, and that money doesn't end up with the governor.
That amendment bill, what was it amending? What was it saying?
Well, it was now removing what is already devolved, was bringing it back to the nation. And you remember now that goes into procurement. The biggest problem is how these roads are procured. It's a really, really big problem as to how the roads are procured and how the whole matter, works and runs. It's a big, big, big problem. So that's why you find when roads are like, you can imagine Wanga making noise around the country.
Yes.
Yet our roads are so bad. Even the management of a county, she has failed, just like many other governors. So there must be proper budgeting to prioritize. Stop doing many other things, to prioritize roads. Do roads first. There are so many places many people cannot get to their home by road. Even when people die, the road ends somewhere. You carry the coffin by hand. You have a small road which only a motorbike, even a bicycle cannot use. People just walk.
Will not be able
even a motorbike cannot get to a homestead. I think this is something leaders should be very much ashamed of. Especially the current government has completely failed when it comes to devolve funds. Give the governor sufficient funds, but also check the governor properly.
Yeah.
But you can see now the shame.
But who's supposed to check the governor? Is it
the governor is supposed to be checked by the Senate, and also the local county assembly.
Yes.
As the Senate deals with the audited accounts, and when we oversight a governor, the Auditor General is present. The ESCC are present. Should they pick anywhere there was a misuse of funds? The primary oversight is with the MCS. If the MCS collude with the governor, that county will never be solved.
How often do you hear of MCAs raising issues that pertains to their wards? Because the picture in the Star, that's a picture taken in a place called Sindo. Sindo, as I told you, the administrative headquarters of the sub-county of Suba. Okay? All right? Now, there has to be an MCA. Has the MCA ever raised that issue? Do MCAs raise issues really? Apart from raising issues of allowances, raising issues of what's that thing called benchmarking.
The only time actually we hear MCAs doing that is when they want to impeach a governor.
Yes.
But also, Hesh, kuna kitu nilisikia juzi. I can't remember from which member of parliament. But anyway, the issue here is that even the budget that Senate looks at, the budget ambayo the National Assembly imepitisha or something, I can't remember what they called it. And I understand the last time that happened, or rather the current budgets that you're looking at, even as Senate, budgets from 2021.
Yes, so they are still with the former governors. The oversight delays with quite a number of years.
Where does it delay? Because it's not with the Senate, it delays
with the Parliament, with the National Assembly.
No. The Auditor General has to do their job and finally present the final reports.
Who does the Auditor General send the report to?
The Auditor General sends the reports to National Assembly for the national government, and they send the reports for the counties to the Senate. And therefore, when the reports arrive, then we summon the governor to come and explain.
And when they send those reports, are they current? Because when you talk of auditing, it's usually for the year that has gone by.
Yes. They are lagging behind even going through them. And therefore, you find now the current governors are responding to issues done by previous governors.
Yes, they should. They should, because the county government doesn't belong to the former government or the governor before then.
It enjoys perpetual,
it is.
Which makes a lot of sense.
But in a lot of cases where now the current governor feels like the previous governor was excessive, and some of these previous governors are also seated with us in the Senate, then we have to call that particular governor, the one who's left. You have to call him and you have seen one or two cases, you have to call that governor to come and explain what exactly happened when the current governor is unable to explain.
So if for example we were to call Mutula Kilonzo Jr. And he's unable to explain, now we'd have to ask Professor Kibwana to come.
Yes.
Okay.
So, but currently he's been able to explain quite a number of things, even when they were performed by a previous government. But where he's totally unable to, then we have to call that former governor. And ESCC is seated there. Onta General is seated there. ESCC can be able to pick an issue to go and investigate and probably prosecute. So nobody gets away with it if Parliament was to be serious.
But why does the National Assembly really delay on these particular issues? Is it because there are a lot, they're overwhelmed, they are too busy?
Remember, there is a committee which deals with that, and it's historical. It's been there over the years. So it is a high time
we
now.
should tolerate it because it's
No. We should not tolerate. We are looking forward. You see also the Auditor General is highly frustrated by the government, especially a stealing government. So you find the Auditor General, as a network, even in the regions, if they are not well funded or even their own budget delays, they cannot be able to go to the ground and work. They go and audit. Remember, there is an internal auditor. And now the Auditor General is an external auditor.
Yeah.
So they audit the other audits and go beyond those audits. And you have seen the Auditor General reporting very well, and coming up with issues where the government has misused.
Let me ask a question. What do these internal auditors actually do?
Well, some of them do actually cover up. What is happening. Okay. Some of them collude with the people they are supposed to be. They present an aesthetic situation. And that's why now the Auditor General has to go on. I'll give you an example. You can see the Office of the President has a budget.
Yes.
And that budget, they are overrunning it and coming to get supplementary. But look at the activities. Even the Office of the President as an accounting officer. The accounting officer is not the president himself. There are people employed who should account. The PS for Interior should account for the Ministry of Interior. Just give you an example. And therefore the State House Controller should account for the monies used in the State House. You remember the time of Kibaki, at times a day will go and the State House will spend about 10,000 shillings at a maximum. I mean, you just go to see President Kibaki and you have a cup of tea and angwashi or andoma and it's kwaheri. Not these lavish parties and the companies be brought there to cook for people. That's why you are finding most monies and also people living with a lot of cash.
Yeah.
All that money should be accounted for. But most of it is collected from ministries. And then the CFO has to work backwards.
Yeah.
And that's why you find people lie, a certain bridge was done and yet it's not done. From the books. In fact, I've seen from the books of government say this area has been electrified. Electricity has been done according to government books. You follow up, why doesn't this village not have electricity? But if you go to government books, you find electricity was done, there was a company, and they were paid.
But on the ground,
like that.
on the ground,
there's no electricity. So now, after 2-3 years, then they come and do again, And unfortunately, there has been a lot of stealing from government. That's why you need to elect members who can oversight government properly. And one of the things for the County Assembly, they should be able to impeach the governor. And for National Assembly, it should be able to impeach the president.
So every time we, juicy watchmen, security officers, I keep forgetting, security officers went to State House, and I hear, I don't know how true this is, each one of them was given 5,000 shillings.
Yeah.
So where did that money come from?
I've talked to them, and they were, according to the president, I heard him talk that they were 27. But also the president was strict. You know, a security officer has 3 uniforms.
Yeah.
So the day you are going to State House, you call your 2 brothers or your 2 friends. You also give them a uniform, and they go.
And you split the cut.
And you no, each will go and receive 5. At least you have helped a relative.
Okay.
And most of them who left there left, say, 1 term, because you have come from Bungoma. You have taken a bus for 2,000. You have slept in Nairobi for 1 night, and you are going to pay another bus 2,000. And when you arrived here, you are given 5,000. So haven't you not gone at a loss?
You have.
You go home shouting 1 term.
So, but the question here is, where does that money usually come from?
That money is part of the president's budget, and when it is exhausted, because from the activities he's doing, running campaigns throughout, it's likely they usually ask for supplementary. So you find a huge budget going into the office of the president instead of going into development, and it's going to fanfare and campaign. So what should be happening is that in an ideal situation and under the current constitution, the National Assembly should be able to question.
Okay.
And when it is not explained, then the president should be impeached. Seriously so. And only when a president is facing the threat of being impeachment, then he's properly checked. If he has no threat of impeachment, he can do as he pleases. And that's why members of parliament are elected for that particular purpose. They should be able to check.
You know, Mheshimiwa, that last statement is true. The president cannot conduct himself in a manner that only pleases him. You see, we have 3 arms of government for a purpose.
Yes.
So unless we want to admit here now that these arms of government have been rendered useless, the world over, people in positions of authority, whether it is a prime minister, whether it is a president, whether it is a country that is ruled by the military and you have a council and a chairman of the council, what you observe is that they always try to apportion more power to themselves than even the constitution allows for. They always do. It is with that understanding that you have these other institutions. And in our case, we even have a 4th estate. Now, how do you blame a presidency for trying to acquire more power when you know very well that the institutions that are supposed to check that power that he has is allowed? The people we elect to check that power don't do their job. They allow the executive to run loose. Then there'll be the accusation of bribery. Is there a gun to people's heads when the money is offered, if indeed that money is offered? They seem to accept it willingly. So if they accept the money, I don't bother with the president. I bother with parliament.
With parliament, that's true.
I will not even look in that direction, because if they were doing their job, there is absolutely no way all these excesses that is blamed on the executive would occur. They simply would not occur.
I want to agree with you 100% that that can happen, because if the president is not checked, and he comes and requests parliament to give supplementary budget, at that point, that's the time you should say no. Account for the monies you have first given you before then we do supplementary budget on you.
Kwani, how much money are they given for them?
Actually, well, I don't know what's happening currently. I haven't been, in the National Assembly at the regime of William Ruto. I was there at the regime of Uhuru Kenyatta, but I know President Kibaki never bribed anybody. He had no reason to.
Because according to me, senators, members of parliament, they receive some good salary. I mean, that money is good. So I would wonder how much money, if I were in that position of member of parliament, I would accept.
I'll tell you the reality.
For me to sell my birthright.
I think it's a problem which touches on all of us. I'll tell you the reality of a member of parliament. Whether you like it or not, you're going to spend at least 100,000 a day.
Huh?
Yes.
A day.
And your salary is 1 million. Then when you pay taxes, you end up with something slightly above 500,000.
Okay.
Every time you visit the rural home, you'll find, like now when there's a nurses strike, people are trooping to the private hospitals for small things which could have been done. And I'm surprised the government has just ignored the nurses strike, and it is a very serious thing. When there was some terrible road accident this weekend in Makueni, at least the nurses in a place called Matiliku and Uote went to help. Okay. But in ordinary circumstances, people are calling upon you to help them to fundraise now, because even SHA has not worked in the private hospitals. Most private hospitals don't want to deal with SHA. You either pay or we are sorry, they don't want to recognize SHA, because eventually that hospital, when it makes a claim of SHA, it ends up being closed down. Okay. And they end up being made demands of to reopen the hospital, and in a process which is very poor, totally unconstitutional. Some regulations which are really flawed. And when you have a situation like that, now a member of parliament is put under a lot of pressure, because you go and find a situation you cannot abandon. A lot of young people going to university. There is a fundraiser. We participated in Makendo yesterday. Yes. This weekend alone, I did 3 fundraisers of children going to school, when the secondary or university, and you can see these families have no help. Ordinarily, those days we used to have a higher education loans board when it was functioning. You'll be funded somehow, and then when you are done with the university, you start paying. Yeah. The rates were not high. I saw a new proposal which isn't working. So education must work, health must work. All these things end up to a member of parliament. So you end up being put under a lot of pressure. So you can imagine you are earning 500,000. But you have to raise 2.5 million that month just to cater for the needs of people. And everybody believes an MP should do everything for them. If I'm stuck in hospital, let me call my MP.
And how you've been in politics for a long time. How do the citizenry get to the point where they believe this?
That my MP will do everything.
Some of the cases are very dire. And sometimes I used to get conned if you just respond on a phone call. So now if there's really somebody stuck in hospital, I send my assistant in that region to go to that hospital. And confirm. To go and deal with the bill directly at the hospital. Or where there is a fundraiser, I attend the fundraiser personally, or I send somebody to that fundraiser. And the issues are real. You go to homes, and a child has done very well. But, the home is pathetic. There's hardly enough to eat. And the hope of that family is a child to go to school, go to university, get a job one day, and rescue that family. So we have that, there's such poverty in Kenya.
Why do we have this poverty? Why do we have this poverty, Mwisho?
And we have such rich people in this country who have stolen all the money.
So let me understand you, Mheshimiwa. You're saying because from time immemorial, since we became independent, we've had stories of people in positions of authority stealing money or taking, they call it misappropriation, but it's actually theft. We have seen situations where even laws are passed that, in my opinion, are a direct conflict of interest, allowing civil servants to go into business. So you legislate a situation that will guarantee that the very thing you're trying to fight has already been accepted and it has been normalized.
Recently we came up with a law of conflict of interest, but it was a repeated law, because the same things, they are in the ESCC Act, they are in quite a number of acts. But now we had to come with conflict of interest act specifically, repeating many other laws which already exist. And the practicality of implementation of that act is new.
But the practice of conflict supersedes and overtakes it, because people have created a tradition. Our way of life contradicts the Constitution. We will go against the Constitution and the dictates of it if adherence to it contradicts what we
practice.
Yes, exactly. and practice. There's something that people don't consider, or whose seriousness people don't consider. The idea of giving a police person a bribe. It's never considered, because you look at the amount and you think it is amounts to nothing.
Yes.
Yes. And they say, I had to give 300. And it is a conversation that people have normally.
Even in the presence of children.
Normally. Oh, you know that one, at least I managed. You know, they had wanted 3,000, so only give 1,000. It's a conversation. We've normalized it. Now, that particular shift and its implication and then its ramification is lost on us. Because the moment you compromise, you know your moral compass is already interfered with. You may not think so, but it is. The very concept of right and wrong in your system is being obliterated by you. So you don't have black or white, you have grays. And those shades get lighter and lighter and lighter with time. Why do we think of Gunism and why do you accept it? It started with the political parties having youths. The Gunism that we speak of here began with whether it was youth for KANU or youth members of the party. These are the people who would be sent to harass people, and they would even be in uniform to make sure certain things are in a certain way. That was Gunism. The poverty you speak of, if you look at Gunism, okay, do you really think that it would be possible if the citizenry understood that there is a plan in place that can improve the economic circumstances? Do you think somebody would put their lives at risk? Because Gunism puts the life of the goon also at risk.
At risk.
Yes. Do you think they would go about it in that way?
And in fact, the leaders are a reflection of society. It begins with somebody say, I cannot vote unless you give me 100 shillings.
Yeah.
So that's where the bribery begins. And then you find somebody has spent 100 million in an election, has bought people, has bribed their way, and now they need to recover the money. The salary of an MP in 5 years is about 50 million. And I've told you then, with us, then it is even more expensive to be an MP. So you keep on looking for resources everywhere to get a child to school, which the government should be doing and it's not doing.
Yeah.
The government is also giving bribes, it's trying to bribe the voters throughout. The goons hired, if they kill somebody or the goon died in the process, I think the member of parliament should be taken to court.
Yeah.
But because of complicity, that doesn't happen. And that's how you run down a society, by weakening institutions. And that's why Kenyans now must arise. That's why Kenyans went to the streets on 24th.
Yeah.
In 2024, 25th June. And their reasons were very valid and nothing has changed. And that's why now I'm encouraging young people to register, because this country will be rescued by young people.
Mheshimiwa, would you allow me to differ with you?
Yes.
A lot has changed. Yes, a lot has changed. You see, that 2024 brought about a conversation we never had before.
That's true.
Now, that conversation may not be what it was in 2024, but in the absence of that conversation, a functionary organization or movement like Linda Mwananchi
will not be there.
No, they would not be there.
And I want to make this observation, and please bear with me.
Yes.
It forced William Ruto to dissolve his government.
Okay.
And after dissolving government, he formed a broad-based government, which some people call it a number of names. And through that, it gave hope. Because Kenyans told William Ruto, sign the law, we will be with you at State House. That scared everybody, including the opposition, because that is a situation which is not addressed by our constitution. So if people walk to State House and they overpower the police and the security apparatus, and the president takes a military helicopter and runs away to a neighboring country, together with his deputy, because both of them will not be spared, then you are left with who to run the country? Is the speaker validly in the situation foreseen by the constitution? The constitution foresees, in the event of death of the president and at the same time death of the deputy, then the speaker takes charge for 90 days and oversees another election. It doesn't oversee a situation where Kenyans now say
they have chased away the president.
They have chased away the president. that situation is not addressed in our constitution. And it got even Raila saying now, look, first of all, we need to get to 2027. Let me agree to help with the current situation. And I want to say that I'll just give you one example of how bad the 2024 finance bill was. There was a section deleting section 21 of the, an act of parliament dealing with regulations, Statutory Instruments Act. Miscellaneous amendments are very cheeky. They are meant to sneak in bad laws in the system. So you can imagine a finance bill is supposed to come up with methods of raising money for the country through taxes. It is not supposed to be mischievous enough to delete laws which don't necessarily deal. Because not all regulations deal with money raising.
Yeah.
In fact, they are only about a quarter. But when you do that, the whole idea is, the government had been lazy.
Yeah.
Statutory Instruments Act says that after 10 years, review your regulations.
Yes.
So 2023 came.
Who reviews these regulations?
The cabinet secretary is supposed to review. Because there are regulations on water, there are regulations on roads, there are regulations on public order act.
Who determines that this process actually takes place?
It is the law requires the CS to undertake.
So it means if a president has, say after 10 years, let's say a president has 2 terms.
Yes.
Then those regulations are due for
a
review.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And when they're reviewed, is it in the public domain? Are we told they're being reviewed?
They're supposed to go through public participation.
Yes. Are we told what they are? Are we... Okay, let me ask you. Have we ever done it?
Well, I'll give you an example, like with the Public Order Act and the demonstrations. The last regulations were published by the Attorney General, Amos Wako, in the year 2000. Now, when statutory instruments came into force, 2013, therefore, all regulations were validated that time, but regulations are reviewed quite often, depending on the need and depending on the new law. And then where regulations are not there, then and the act then surfaces. But a lot of things cannot happen without regulations. So it means from 2013, by 2023, then the Amos Wako regulations come to an end. What happens is that you are supposed to go back a little bit, the CS, who is alert and alerted by their peers and their lawyer, legal person in the department, can go to Parliament and seek an extension of existing regulation. Like the Minister of Agriculture has a lot of regulations.
Yes. How
you spray, vegetables and things like that. And there's a schedule of what pesticides can be used and what cannot be used. And some of these things are international because of you're going to export your mangoes or oranges or whatever produce to other countries. The European Union will reject if you have been using certain pesticides.
Okay.
Therefore, these regulations are, if you don't renew or review, you can seek extension or seek to retain the same. So you just appear in Parliament and say we are retaining this for ABCD reasons, and the Parliament approves.
Okay.
So when you don't go back to the House and you just forget and you realize it is 2024 and all regulations have collapsed. Therefore, let's amend the law through the finance bill and crash and try to bring back into life laws which have expired.
Okay.
I mean, it's laziness, from government and from Parliament.
Okay.
And these are some of the things which annoyed a lot of Kenyans. They did public participation, and then most of the reports, you find what people suggested has not been taken abroad.
Okay.
So with that revolution changed the country. But I still want to say that the young people have a role. I want them to participate because a lot of young people are well-mannered. They mean well. They want a better country. They want a country which encourages industrialization so that people can get jobs. If you want a country industrializing, you can never get jobs. And you need investors in the country, local investors and international investors, because of international trade, so that as many people as possible can be hired.
Yes.
We have international companies which work here. When you have many tourists, you are likely to have many people building hotels and many people visiting the country and bringing in, foreign exchange and foreign currency. So now the point is, if people don't vote, if the young people, like I still insist, about 4 million or so, have an ID, they are in university, they are mature, they have not gone to register as voters. They should register so that they can come and participate and bring the change and go to parliament.
Yeah.
Refuse to be compromised. Impeach the president if he's misusing our resources. And I'm sure if there is a serious impeachment motion, even if the president survives, he is going to be more careful because you'll expect more. And that's the only way you can check a president or a governor, through impeachment by the county assembly for governor and through impeachment by parliament. Parliament, National Assembly begins a motion and the trial chamber is the Senate.
Okay.
And you can't do this unless you are a voter. Unless you participated in the process. And this is the only way now we will reduce the cost of elections. This is the way we will reduce goonism, which is state-sponsored, a lot of times state-sponsored.
Yeah.
And this is how to make a better nation. So people must participate. Otherwise, being a leader now is such a huge burden. You find problems in the village, you must sort.
Do you think that if the economic situation of these villages, because in essence we are all villages really, was improved, it might actually help?
You saw the roads in Homa Bay.
Oh, don't worry about those roads. I know about those roads.
It's not only in Homa Bay.
I worked in that region for a very long time, so I am familiar with those roads.
Yes.
I thought they had improved, but clearly
they haven't. They
may have improved for a season, but there's some shoddy work. They are, at their worst, they were... Anyway.
Mahesh, are you going to be defending your Senate seat?
Yes, I will do that.
Or are you planning to vie for the presidency?
No. I've got already, my political party already has got a presidential candidate who we have nominated, the Honorable His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka. So I haven't been nominated. I have not competed for that. I am not running for governor. I want to use this moment to mobilize Kenyans against the current government, because I believe it has performed very poorly. It has resulted into deaths of very many, young people during the demonstrations and in the hands of police. To me, it is an irresponsible government, because the first duty of a government is to save lives, is to protect lives of Kenyans. The second duty is to make sure that there is health, because it is good health which makes people live long, which has failed. The other duty is to make sure children go to school. The systems and the policies the government have come with do not favor the poor. And the majority of Kenyans are really poor, because the system has made them poor over a long time. Exclusion and things like that.
Yes.
And there's a lot of PR with the current government, there's a lot of lies and a lot of bribery of Kenyans, instead of using the money to serve Kenyans well. Kenyans want a road, they want water, they want electricity. They don't want a bribe. But if you refuse to do those things and you still want Kenyans to take a bribe, because you have made them so poor, they will still take that bribe and do like all Kalau, refuse to vote for you because they want a better country. So we're really looking forward into a changed nation. And only us, we only have Kenya. Only us can change this nation. And we should not be intimidated by people who are saying, I will not go home. If I'm not re-elected, I will still refuse. No. The sovereign power belongs to the people, and they exercise it through the ballot. Okay. So I want as many people as possible, if they want change in their country, to participate, and especially to go and vie for seats, compete in political parties, compete independently, and create change in the nation. The moment you don't want to participate in nation building, that's why the political pillar in the Vision 2030, the economic pillar, those two pillars were very important. There's economic pillar, the political pillar,
social pillar,
and social pillar. And all those dynamics work best when you have a better government, when you have MPs who can check the executive. Because if you don't check the executive, they will abuse the power. They will abuse you all the way. And they will run down the country and eventually we'll have no country.
Do you think the opposition is ready to be the people, or rather to be the outfit that is going to challenge President Ruto, even in its current formation? Because it looks like things are a bit iffy.
No. The opposition is not about even the leaders. The opposition is about the people themselves.
Okay.
The people are the ones leading Sifuna. The people are the ones leading Kalonzo. The people are the ones leading Rigathi Gachagua. The people are the ones leading Matiang'i. They are the ones leading Wamalwa, Martha Karua. None of these leaders can bolt out of the people's will. There will be, the people will teach them a lesson. And therefore, nobody will run away from the opposition. What we have been doing, we've been strengthening different political parties, because Kenya is a multi-party, together with their followers and their regions, and the nation and the political parties which are national. Also, Linda Mwananchi is making an effort to register a political party. Everybody knows who Linda Mwananchi is. Nobody should steal their identity. That crime should not be allowed. And therefore, Linda Mwananchi, we want them to have a political party so that they can come to the negotiating table. To have a political party and nominate even a presidential candidate. And therefore, now that people now can sit together and get the best to lead the rest. And I believe there will be change. I like what Sifuna is doing. The last polls showed the president at 24. He has dropped from 50 plus 1. Every vote counts. That's why I'm encouraging. Even that one vote can make all the difference in a country. Therefore, I like what Sifuna is doing. So the polling is correct in accordance with how Kenyans voted in the last election. The Kikuyus polled 33%. Luyas polled 18%. That's already 50 plus 1. The Kambas polled 9%. That is already 60%. Kisses polled, or that region polled 6%. That's already 66. If you talk about Taita Taveta, and the coast and all these places, then already you get to 70. Now President Ruto, his region is the Rift Valley polled 13%. Nyanza, polled 12%. That's already 25. The maximum William Ruto can go is 30%. And therefore, people should come out and register in large numbers and make sure that the vote is not stolen. The only hope left for William Ruto, and what I've heard is people say, and they are on record, is that they are making an effort to steal the vote. We want the people to make sure no vote is stolen.
Oshima, did you do well in maths when you were in school?
Yes, I did.
I don't think so.
I was just following the current statistics. I was following what is on record. Maybe what is on record is wrong.
Mahesh, we've come to the end, but what I will ask you is...
Maybe you can tell me the correct mathematics. I was following what has been released.
No. I'm looking at the time,
and you know how to tell time.
I can tell time.
Mwesh, tumehost Maraga hapa, tumehost Martha Karua, tumehost hawa waheshimiwa wote wako kwa opposition. Mtu mwenye hajafika hapa tu ni Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka. Si utuletee yeye.
I'll talk to him because I know you have a very big following, the young people especially. This is one of the biggest radio stations now in the country. You are doing your work very well. You are very organized. Those who just listen to you should know how nice this place is, how you spend your time. So I'll encourage him to visit and come and talk to young people while he's taking, and also answer the hard questions.
We actually have some questions for you.
And answer the hard questions and give Kenyans hope for a better nation.
All right. And thank you so much for honoring our invite once again. Karibu sana.
Nashukuru sana. You gave me 2 days out of many inconveniences and
I'm sure the people of Makueni appreciate what you're doing for them, and it's a good thing.
We have to be on the ground and talk to people and do our level best to change and make lives better.
For sure. All right, folks, don't go too far. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Global youth unemployment rose to 12.4% last year, leaving about 67 million young people aged between 15 and 24 without jobs. A new report by the International Labour Organization also shows that 1 in 5 young people globally were not in employment, education or training. The ILO says weak economic growth and slow job creation are making it harder for young people to find employment. Democratic Party leader Justin Muturi is urging the IEBC to ensure technology used in the 2027 general election is transparent and can be independently verified. Muturi says election technology providers should not use intellectual property rights to block Kenyan courts from accessing critical electoral data and systems. He warns that this could lead to a repeat of challenges witnessed during the 2022 presidential election petition.
Sasa IBC wamerudia ile makosa. Kwa hii tender document wanasema the intellectual property rights will belong to the technology provider. Ndio tunasema hatuwezi. Na tunaona kama iko ukora inafanyika. Tunaona. Kwa sababu tayari kuna mtu hapa nchini Kenya tayari ameenda kotini ile inaitwa Public Procurement Review Board. Na unajua akienda inasema toka tarehe 13 wakati walienda for 21 days IBC hakuna kitu wanaweza fanya. Sasa tunaona kama hizo makampuni za nje akina Smartmatic ndio wametuma watu wengine huku ndio tuendelee na kesi, mwishowe siku zikiisha IBC watuambia sasa kwa sababu lazima tufanye uchaguzi, hatuna teknolojia nyingine mpya.
Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has criticized the government over what he describes as poor road infrastructure in Homa Bay. Speaking during a rally in the county, Sifuna said residents are still struggling with dusty roads despite Homa Bay being part of the broad-based government. He contrasted the situation with Olkalau, where he said residents are receiving transformers and gas cylinders, questioning whether Homa Bay has seen meaningful development under the current administration.
What do you see? Walituambia hapa Homa Bay kwa sababu muko ndani ya broad base, barabara zote zimewekwa lami. Bwana, tumekula vumbi leo. Tumekula vumbi sawa sawa. Kumbe huku wakati watu ya Olkalau wanapewa vitu mzuri, kila mtu anatoka na transformer, kila mtu anatoka na mtungi ya gas. Nyinyi mnakula vumbi tu kama sisi kule Western. Hakuna tofauti yoyote ambayo mumeona ndani ya hii serikali.
Zimbabwean police have recovered more bodies after ferry capsized on Lake Kariba, bringing the death toll to at least 84. Zimbabwe's National Police Service confirmed in a post on X on Sunday that 4 bodies have been found and that search efforts are still underway. The accident is believed to be the deadliest of its kind in Zimbabwe. The overloaded passenger ferry capsized on Tuesday and was carrying as many as 153 people. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Cameroon have won the Women's Africa Cup of Nations for the first time after a 3-0 victory over Malawi in the final at the Moulay El Hassan Stadium in Rabat, Morocco. Maringa scored twice with Naomi and Joa Eto'o adding the other goal. As the indomitable Lionesses sealed the title with a dominant first-half display, Nga opened the scoring in the 20th minute before Njoa doubled Cameroon's lead 10 minutes later. Nga completed a brace in the first-half stoppage time to hand Cameroon their first continental women's football title. Manchester City suffered a heavy 3-0 defeat to Arsenal in Enzo Maresca's first match in charge. Arsenal took the lead just 27 seconds into the Community Shield before adding 2 more goals to comfortably win the match. The result marks one of the heaviest defeats suffered by a Manchester City manager in his debut game. After the defeat, Maresca said something needs to be done about the squad.
I think there is always something to do. Because it's something that we want, but also because it's a bit the dynamic of the window transfer. So probably there are a few things to do, but we are in the process to do that.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 15 minutes past 8 o'clock. What a conversation we've had in the last 1 hour with Mahesh. Couple of things of course that we'll need to iron out. Wacha tupate yule jamaa mwingine ambaye anaitwa SKM because hapo ndio kuna story ile murwa. Shout out to Luis Rudasingwa, amesema thanks for inviting the senator back. Of course, we do not like leaving any stone unturned. So even the stories we'd like to complete them once we start. Big shout out to Ken. Ken amesema Ken yake ni Lamu. Bruce Lee amesema even if young people vote, older generations still control most resources. How can real change happen? Is that true, City? Do you guys control most resources? I'm at story.
Actually, if you look at the statistics of one, just the population, there's a youth bulge, yes. But if you look at those who are registered to vote, most of them will not fall into the category of the youth. Not really. The youth are numerically superior.
Yes.
But their numbers are not reflected in any voter register. Okay, there are a large number who don't even have IDs.
Yeah.
But the power that they have, one is untested. It hasn't been realized. It hasn't got to a point where it can actually affect real change. No, not quite. That's why when I say that you look at large crowds and the crowds are predominantly have youthful people.
Yeah.
Take it that they are large crowds, take it that they are many, but until those crowds can be translated into votes, they're just crowds.
Okay.
Yes.
Mbuga says, Manzo and Riper must realize that the train has left with Sifuna and that's where we should direct our support. Ruto, Kalonzo and Gachagua, the relics of the past that should be housed in museums.
Let me give you an example of what I mean. If you look at, say, the area that we refer to as Western Kenya, people take the view that Trans Nzoia is part of Western Kenya. It is not. Trans Nzoia is in the Rift Valley. But if you look at 2022 and the total number of people who are registered to vote, there were 2.22 million.
Yeah.
All right? Those who actually voted in the election were 1.35 something. Okay? So there were some 847,000 people who did not vote.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, the voter registration, if you are to take people who are under the age of 35, you would find 18 to 35. The percentage is something like 37%. That is putting it on the higher side. The rest of these people who are older. So when you talk about the influence of the youth, the figures that are taken are, well, numerically, anybody who is under a certain age, including children, are youth or they are young. Okay? But those who are 18 and above, and you look at the numbers, you'll find that a very large number of them, don't have IDs and or have not registered.
Okay.
So the impact that you speak of, I wouldn't want to call it a work in progress. It's aspirational. But the reality is those who have shown that they actually vote The majority are not in that group.
Okay.
No.
Well, allow me to introduce our guest in studio. We want to have a conversation about what's happening politically and whether indeed 2027 is going to be any different from perhaps previous years, and most particularly focus on what happened in 2007-2008. He's a political practitioner and a commentator as well. It is Andrew Ndola Ndolo. Andrew, good morning. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me here.
You know, a couple of weeks ago, someone sent me a video of yours that you had done an interview somewhere, and they asked me to get your number.
Yes.
And I told this person, itakuwa ngumu, acha niulize. So I asked in several groups, and I still couldn't get your number. And then here you are today.
Yes.
What a coincidence.
Yes.
Because the person who's brought you here,
yes,
hata si mimi nilikuwa nimeuliza. But it's a pleasure to have you here with us today.
It's an honor to be here.
Yes.
I've been a fan of CT's in his previous station. I used to watch a lot of his product.
Okay.
And it was very refreshing because there was maturity, which is what I respect.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice to have
I want you to repeat that so that he hears it.
I've heard.
There's maturity. And CT, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this online.
No, you are allowed to say it.
But you are a friend of some very close people to me. Fee and Mike Mambo.
Oh, those. Yes, but those are people who are also close to me.
Yes. Now, Fee was my best man twice.
Aye.
With my late wife and my current wife. And he's uncle to a certain
gentleman,
CTA guy.
Who by the should be seated there one of these fine days.
He must sit here.
He will. But nice to have you. So unaona city wanasemanga hii dunia ni mviringo.
Yes.
Only mountains don't meet.
Yes.
Which I think in one way or another they do meet.
Yes. Mike was in the same house as I in secondary school. Was my junior. The people he speaks of. But these are people I've known for the very longest of time. Yes.
The Mambos.
Yes.
Starting with Ken.
Decades. When I say the late Ken, decades.
Yes.
Yes. So
that you call him what? Fee?
Fee, yeah. David Mambo, my best man.
Yeah, he must be a very good friend of yours.
Twice.
He must.
But he told me he's done. He said, if you're marrying another time, I'm not going to be your best man.
Best man ni wengi sana.
Now his big brother Ken, the late, is CT's dad.
Oh.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay. So you see the connection for him, for CT, it's an interesting one.
Actually, as you see, I'm gobstopped. I am sort of like taking a deep breath and saying, really, this is a very small world.
It is a very small world. Yeah.
6 degrees za kujuana.
Yes.
Muhimu sana.
My late father used to say, when you step on somebody's toes, you will be shocked where you'll meet him. You walk into a room and you're negotiating dowry, and he's the guy on the other table, on the other side of the fence.
Kama Waswahili alisema unaanza kutoa jasho jebamba. Unarealize unasema hii imeenda hii. Unless you rig your way.
Inaanza kutiririka kwa shingo.
Yes.
Unajua hii imeenda.
Yes.
What do you make of what happened? No, before we get to that.
Yes.
City has proverb.
Yes.
I almost forgot that. Tafadhali patia Andrew proverb yetu alafu.
Yes,
what
our proverbs for the whole of this week will be from the state of Libya. You know, we have the democratic countries of God knows where else. We have some kingdoms. Libya is referred to as the state of Libya, officially. Okay? He who has luck will have the wind blow him his firewood.
He who has luck
will have the wind blow him his firewood.
Yes, the wind will help, will assist.
Do that work for you.
Yes. Well, I don't know how to look at it. Probably, so he who has favor will find his path lit for him.
Why do people keep saying they don't know what to say, and then when they say it, they're spot on? Why? You know this thing. Hey, these proverbs are very different.
No. It's playing down the landing. So, but you know what? I'll compare it, and then now they land vizuri. Ni ako ka modesty tu yani.
Modesty. Really.
But that was a good one. That was a good one.
Yes.
What do you make of what happened in Homa Bay over the weekend?
You know, it is exactly why I started doing what I'm doing. Because I am 62 years this year. My firstborn is 31. My lastborn is 21. I have boys who are twins who are 28, who are in between the two girls. So I have a girl, twins, and a girl.
Wow.
And I felt my twins were very active in 2024. One of them was even a team leader coordinating some of the groups.
Okay.
And I kept telling him, don't get involved in stone throwing, don't get involved in any. So they said, no, us guys, mobile phone, water, bottle of water.
That's it.
But after the chaos and we lost lives, then I saw on the social media spaces that these children were angry at their parents, not just at the president. There were some comments there that we, as parents, had failed. So when I engaged my boys, who are very respectful, they say, yes, Papa, it's true. There's that feeling. We know that as your children, we know you've played in politics and all. But the others who feel that you guys, what you know, what you've been involved in, you've kept to yourself. So that's exactly why we started. I said, you know, we're going to the elections. There's people telling me to vie. You know, you should vie for MP because I've done it before. But I'm thinking, is that enough, really? Is that enough to sit in a corner of this country called Kilome, constituency where I come from, go for MP? The moment I'm profiled, people won't listen to what I'm saying. Yeah, once they say this guy is Wiper or this guy is Uda, once I'm profiled, that's it.
It's a wrap.
So my nephew, I like to call him my nephew A-Star, who's behind cleaning the airwaves, he tells me, listen, let's have a conversation. Come, let's talk. So in the beginning, I'm thinking, what harm could it do? And we started. And it's because, to answer you, we are fanning the flames of a very dangerous fire we will not be able to pull out. We won't be able to put it out. I was a political player. I vied for MP in 2001 in a by-election in Kilome. And then I again came back in 2002 in the general election. And so as we were climbing to PEV, I was a political player. I had participated in the Kanu branch elections in 2005.
Yes.
And I had won. That was my first victory. So I was in the political space seeing banana and orange contest in Bomas and where that took us. I was a spectator to the MOU that was dishonored, that got Raila and the camp that had left Kanu feeling like they've been shafted. So I saw that whole build-up, and I said, this is not good. And there were utterances that were made in political rallies in the Rift Valley, and that left me wondering, are these guys serious, what they're saying? And then, lo and behold, the country exploded. I think we were very lucky to get off the way we did.
Okay.
Because we had a huge population of young, disillusioned voters and also disillusioned youth. We have an even bigger crowd now. And my fear is where we are going, it's not going to be a tribal war. People think it's going to be a tribal war. I beg to differ. It's going to be a class war. It will start looking like a tribal thing, but it will be those who have
and those who do
being
have.
targeted by those who don't have. Because they will say, you in your black V8 or in your black SUV, you are the reason I'm hungry. So this is reckless. What I saw in Homa Bay is reckless. And the state has to step up. I mean, really, they have to step up. The leaders who've been caught speaking on camera, telling guys, these people will not be allowed here, these people, the state has to start taking action. It will be too late if they are waiting to clamp down during the elections. We don't have the forces, the numbers to deal with an eruption nationally. You know, we don't have the numbers.
It's sad that we're seeing people dying in rallies. We know what happened in Kehumbu and many other places that I'm forgetting right now. But we have seen when people are appearing in certain places, people end up getting shot, or maimed, and you wonder why.
Yes.
And it's just someone expressing their interest for opposition. Why does some random bypasser or someone who's come to listen to this person have to die?
You know, Paul, all these things that then end up being a catastrophe don't start by being a catastrophe. What you see is what begins incrementally morphing into this typhoon that you see. In the year 2008, the people who were targeted in the Rift Valley and in the environs of people who purported to support Raila Odinga were the Kikuyu. Now, for many people, so long as you came from the mountain region, You told someone this guy is not a Kikuyu, and Embu said, oh, Kikuyu is from Meru. So no, they're actually not Kikuyus. Embu. Oh, Kikuyus from Embu. They were Kikuyus. In Kisumu town, there is no one from that region who was killed. However, they had their property looted. There's a conversation I remember having with some of my colleagues that, do not cheer when people have their property being looted. Don't. Because once the looting stops and these people have left, who do you think they're going to turn to? You. Because they've now gotten the appetite and exactly what I told them. Not that I was being prophetic, it's just that if you understand human beings and the way they behave, you'll know that this is what they're likely to do. That is exactly what happened. So people in estates, what you call middle class estates, were now having to arm themselves. I remember a friend of mine telling me, he was surprised. He had neighbors who had guns. He never knew they had guns. People brought out machetes to defend themselves, not against people from another county, people from the same town.
Imagine. Can you imagine?
It morphed more. The estates where people live in, people send children to the shop to buy things.
Yes.
There'd be thugs waiting to waylay these children to take what they had bought.
Yes.
It took communities to burn these thugs. Burn.
Yes.
For it to stop. Meaning, they were burning their own people again because they realized this thing is getting out of hand.
Yes.
Now, prior to that, we'd never seen such a situation. We'd never had such conflict. But we have a memory of it. And now, as Andrew is saying, that particular flame is being fanned very vigorously, and we are watching.
Yeah.
The intolerance is growing. We are accommodating it. And we think we are going to escape it. Actually, we won't. No, we won't.
So then, considering we know what happened in 07, what on earth are we still doing?
That's why, like I was saying, when I started the show, and I was very excited when we reached out here, because we need to talk to as many media houses as possible. There's a need to start a show in every media house that talks to the youth and reminds them that after 2007, 2008, that the two groups that are contesting signed some kind of a pact and ended up in a government of national unity. They ended up sharing the spoils. Children were dead on the ground. We need to remind Kenyans that the warring groups, and we'll call it like it is, the Kalenjin and the Kikuyu, formed government together in 2013 under the Jubilee formation, and I was in that grouping. So, what am I saying? The political class that gets us riled up and taking machetes against each other, then sit and shake hands. But when they are shaking hands, we've buried sons and daughters. So the youth need to recognize that this political contest is not enough to die for. Don't take a panga against your neighbor, because, by the way, the person you're fighting for is going to sign up and shake hands with the guy who you're opposing. We've seen it before, and we can count. And I dare predict that the leader of DCP will shake hands with Ruto.
Before or after the election?
After, if it suits his purpose. Because we do know that, and people say I'm campaigning for government, but I say we do know that for you to recreate a giant like Raila in this coming election is not easy. Raila didn't appeal to just the Luo. He was bigger than that. And the other day we were talking about the emergence of Sifuna and that whole political machine. And I said, Sifuna has already fallen into the trap. When he goes to Luya land and they get him to speak in Luya and they get him to hold a chicken, what they've done is they've put him in a box. Because now when he goes to Central, he has to talk to Rigathi. When he goes to Kambani, he has to talk to my big brother Kalonzo. Because we're from the same clan with Kalonzo. He's my elder brother, culturally. But what has that done to Sifuna? Sifuna appeals to a different voter. He shouldn't need to talk to Kalonzo. He should come to Kambani and talk to the youth who are following him. But now he's fallen into the box. And what that will do is then these guys have to be relevant. These political players have to get relevant. How do you get relevant? You say in Ukambani, if you're not Wiper, we are not going to listen to you.
Yeah.
That's what they say. They'll say, you, we are not going to work with you. You are the traitor. So that's how Kalonzo and his clique become giants. And then there's another selfish thing, because I've played in politics. So what does the political class do? You don't want to do heavy lifting to be senator, to be governor, to be MP, to be MCA. So you create a wave. You've crunched the numbers. You know your guy can never be president. But you tell the electorate, my son Kalonzo, our brother Kalonzo is going to be president. So anybody who's not in that camp is a traitor of the Kamba community. And so everybody now who's already in Wiper knows I've just ring-fenced the seat.
Yeah.
You can't touch me because it's a Wiper wave. But after they're in, you see them shaking hands. When I was vying in 2002, Kanu was the enemy. Kanu was the demon. Kanu was the devil. We were laughing the other day when we were on the podcast. We were saying, somebody went and coined a song, Yote Yawezekana Bila Moi. But Moi was not on the ballot. Uhuru was on the ballot. But because they knew that narrative will lock the door to Kanu. Fast forward, after PEV, the guys who formed government with Raila and Kibaki, the likes of William Ruto and others, had been Kanu members. So here you are, you have a very contested space, and it's so violent, guys are dying. But tomorrow, the two antagonists are in the kitchen sharing the plate. And guys have died on the ground. So we have to call this out. And I agree with my senior. We need to start now. And let media houses wake up, and let's also call out these leaders. There's a leader from Kibwezi vying for MP. They call him Councillor Kana. In Kamba, it means Councillor Child. I saw he was caught up recently in some threats he issued. He issued threats. He said anybody who shows up whose UDA should be dealt with. And it goes as far as saying, poison arrows. Kambas, we know what that means. That's what you use to kill the elephants. So poison arrow, we must shoot these guys, they're hyenas. So this guy is arrested and he's
arraigned in court? Was he arraigned?
He was on bail, but before that he was put in a cell in one of the stations in Nairobi. And the former vice president, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, went with media to get him out, and they were accusing the state of all manner of things. But in my mind, I'm saying, my elder brother Kalonzo is a lawyer.
Yeah.
He, more than anybody else, was there in 2007. He ended up being vice president.
Yes, he did.
He knows the danger of the flames we are fanning. I would have imagined he would have engineered, mobilized lawyers to get this guy out and fight for him. But don't go issuing statements. Because if this guy is on record, on camera, threatening, he is guilty of incitement. And at the very least, there's a lot of talent in Ukambani, a lot of political talent. My elder brother Kalonzo doesn't need this guy as a candidate. There are many others. But what you do is when you glorify a guy who's famous for incitement, what are you telling the electorate? What are you telling the youth we saw in Homa Bay? Because you've just glorified a guy who the language he's using is very dangerous. And you're the party leader.
Yeah.
And I shuddered to imagine what we're dealing with in Kibwezi in the run-up to the elections. Because there's a strong UDA candidate who is the man who led the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. So now Kibwezi is going to be a constituency where the potential for violence has just been
ignited.
And for what? It's a tragedy. And I say this because I've seen these leaders shake hands.
But
time and again.
Andrew, let me ask you, what's the role of the voter in all this? Because when this politician is standing on whatever podium they're standing on, and then they say, shoot with the poison arrow, or don't allow these guys here, or ban their cars when they come here, he's not talking to cows.
Yes.
He's definitely not addressing trees.
That is true.
He's addressing human beings.
That is true.
And chances are they'll either cheer him,
yes,
or they'll stay there during the entire rally and listen to him.
That is true.
What does that say about the people?
Well, it's a tragedy, and it's the way we are aligned. It's who we've become over the years, politically, as a population. We have fallen into that tribal matrix. So we were saying on a previous podcast we had at CTA, we were saying, look, you go and you are accused of corruption, and then you go to that building with your guys. When you're stealing now, you're one of us. Yeah, our Mukamba is being victimized. But it's actually, there's proof that you are corrupt. And this is the political class. And I say that as a person who's played in that level. We organize the mobs that start the violence. It's not the ordinary crowd that starts the violence. It's this mob. And then there's retaliation, because there's people on the ground who don't like what you're saying. And then from there it morphs and nobody has control. But the first act, more often than not, if you were to do a forensic investigation, you follow mobile phones and M-Pesa movement, you'll find the initial move, the champions of that initial move that brought about the violence are people who are beholden to political class. And that's why we have to call them out. And media have to call it out.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether we're going to talk to some of the organizations, human rights and others, who have the funding to go to courts. It's time we ask ourselves, do we want to go to court as a country? Do we want organizations to go to court and say, this member of parliament, this aspirant, this leader was recorded saying 1, 2, 3. What avenues exist in law for us to challenge his clearance by ABC? As a citizen, it's time, because we can't walk down the way we are walking and then it erupts and we are watching. And I speak as a parent of people who sit in that space of Gen Z. We should all be pained when they die. When one child dies, we should feel the pain. It doesn't matter what tribe they come from. And that's the only way we grow this country, particularly those of us who played in politics. I was in Kanu. I've played with those guys, Yeah, it's a tragedy.
There are things that one sees being operationalized because it's expedient at the time. And the forethought as to what the ramifications will be never really feature. There's a word we use in this country, and the significance of it is being brought to bear now, even now. It's called marginalization. When you have a situation where regions of the country are ignored, or they entrust their future in the hands of leaders who either don't have the capacity to do what they're supposed to do, but they're exciting and they're interesting, even if they have their moral compass completely warped. But people consider them interesting. What you then have is a situation where a very large number of Kenyans are actually poor. Their minds are preoccupied with eking a living on a daily basis. And there are moments when they're not even sure that they'll be able to eat that day. Such a person is not difficult to manipulate. Such a person is not difficult to cocoon and box into a tribal understanding of things. Give them lenses that only view things in a particular way. And if you look at our politics and the way we have grown it over time, this is a situation that we seem to encourage. When you have leaders who actually think and set in motion processes by which they can actually change the lives of their people, they are fought. They are really fought. And if they happen to be elected, it'll be a one term. And the people they have clarity. You see, look at the governors that we have, look at the monies that they are given, and ask anybody from any county and they'll tell you, probably with the exception of Makweni when Kivuta Kibwana was there, and now we're talking about Muranga. Ask them whether they feel the impact of devolution. They will probably tell you things are probably worse. And the reason is because they're not measuring that situation by what is done, but they're measuring it by what they expected. Now, I talked of capacity. Most of these people who are elected. Some are elected because they're PhDs. Some have been giants in the corporate world. Managing a county is a completely different kettle of fish.
Others were ordained by the kingpins.
If you don't have a plan and you do not know how you want to go about implementing it, and you don't pillarize it with people who actually share that same vision with you, it doesn't really matter how clever you are, how many degrees you have. All that doesn't matter. You will actually be a failure. And this is the landscape in which we find ourselves. The truth of the matter is, the amounts of monies that have been spent on counties since devolution should have changed the lives of Kenyans to a point where we should be saying, things really are different. But so long as people are economically disabled or frustrated, what we are seeing will pertain. Because what do people do when there is no hope? They cannot see what they are going to do. They cannot, and they expect to hear all these things from a leader, and those leaders don't offer any such thing. What then do they do? Because essentially you've created a class of people who are easy picking for politicians. And the people who have created this are the politicians. Now this is where the middle class comes in. A completely nonsensical group of people who support these political individuals and who have the means and the power to actually hold them to check. They never do. They share in the very ethos that these people espouse, and that is why these people have strength.
Because we do not keep them in check.
No, we do not.
I agree completely.
I don't expect my cousin in the village who has a child who has gone to university and is wondering what on earth he is going to do. Not that person is not going to hold anybody in check.
Then who will?
He expects me, his cousin who is in town,
to
be able to at least say something on his behalf. We are a monumental letdown. The very thing that we were supposed to do, because privilege, advantage, hard work, focus has brought very many Kenyans at that particular level.
Oh wait, are you blaming us for Tuatao?
I'm blaming the middle class. Actually, no. Blaming is light. I'm holding them accountable for the problems that we are seeing here.
Do you agree, Andrew?
Completely. In fact, and he's put it, I'm even going to be harsher. In our social spaces, the moment you start a political conversation, some people tell me, I hate politics. And you wonder, how dare he say he hates politics?
And these are folks for middle class.
These middle class. These are the guys who fueling a car is not a challenge. These are guys who, like some of my friends and groups I'm in who play golf. And, these are guys who are privileged. They don't realize it. Out of 50-something million Kenyans, you're in a small clique that doesn't have to think about power. You don't have to think about, tokens. It's a by the way. You don't have to think about fueling the car. Medical cover is a by the way. And you're the guy who is supposed to hold these leaders because you, and look, this is what happens. The bulk of Kenyans come from, average upbringing in terms of ability, financial ability. So your parents have made sacrifices for you to end up in Nairobi, for you to end up in a university. They've made sacrifices. You probably lived in the city as an adult. You come from
Mushago.
From Mushago. And you are therefore 1 in 50 or 20 from that village. You are in the city. When you go to visit, you go in a car. The parents did their bit. Now you are the guy who's supposed to come, particularly in the cycle we're going, and you tell them, let's meet in church. And you tell them, let me unpack for you how we are going to elect. And you tell them, this is the job of an MP. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's supposed to be a legislator. He's supposed to make laws.
Represent, oversight.
So you say, I'm not telling you to vote. Like now, I'm doing that in Kilome. Let guys call me what they want to call me. I'll say, if you've not had your MP in parliament, don't vote that guy back. What is his job? His job is not to chase the party leader everywhere he goes. That guy has a job description. He's got medical, he's got pension, he's got car loan, he's got a house loan, courtesy of you, the electorate. What did you vote for him to do? It's a job you gave him. So we, the middle class, are the problem. I remember somebody telling me, now, how did we get this guy as governor of Nairobi? I asked him, what role did you play? He said, no, these guys, now, Jubilee, what? I told him, what are you saying? And you know, for political class, and I'm speaking as a political player, it is extremely convenient to focus everybody on the presidency.
Yeah.
Very convenient. So you don't even know who you vote for MCA. If you drive a kilometer up from here to Junction, from where we are,
yes,
you'll realize why it's important to know your MCA. Because the approvals for skyscrapers that you're seeing, and the services are not there to match the demand that is coming. There are people in Kileleshwa where there's a traffic jam exiting the building.
Like literally outside the door?
Not outside, inside the basement.
Oh, okay.
As you're driving up from basement 3, there's a jam in the morning by the time you get to Sunlight. So you ask yourself, yes, we are growing. Yes, we are developing our city. But is that really growth? When you are building a concrete slum, is that growth? Because the services are not there. The sewer system cannot cope. The water cannot cope. That is why people make a living and a good one selling water in the capital city.
No, you're actually right, because right now everything is about Ruto must go, Sisi ndio Sifuna, 1 term, 2 term, whatever slogans. But no one is saying MCA must go. No one is saying MCA 1 term or 2 term. Yeah.
And let me even unpack it for you even deeper. Look, when somebody says that my vote was stolen, and we end up in a handshake, why don't we see handshakes at governor level? Why don't governors say, where my kura was too close and there's a little chaos and we shake hands? Why don't we see it on parliamentary? Why do we see it only at the presidential level? And we've all been focused. We just look at the presidency. We don't look across the board. So we vote, guys, based on party affiliation, because it goes up to the presidency and then down to party and tribal affiliation. I have been hearing DCP talking about the millions they have. They're saying, he talked to us,
5.7 million now?
Yeah, we've got X amount. Then somebody comes and says, Ruto is going to rig because of the Somalis. Somebody should open the AI and see at the population in Somalia.
Yeah.
If you think he's going to use those votes to be president, you're saying you've got 5 million. Maybe the most he can inject through that border is 500,000 to vote for him. And why are you assuming they'll vote for him in secret ballot? So it's just unfortunate. And the political class has had a party for a while. And they love it. Because after they go and do what they did in Homa Bay, you will see those guys in parliament and you will see there's no fighting. Nobody's holding pangas at anybody. If anything, they are laughing. You will see them at political gatherings.
Those guys are in the same committees.
Oh, man. Yeah. And they are all earning. And I want the electorate and the voter and the viewer to ask themselves, when these guys are voting for increments for their salaries, are they aligned in party for affiliation? No. When there's a bill to increase the salary, they are all together.
Have you ever seen anybody objecting to a salary increase in parliament?
Exactly.
Apart from Okiya Omtata, no.
Bro, if you look at the way the formation of what we call our social structure, we respect authority, we respect leadership, we respect our parents, we respect our elders, we respect our mothers, and we are a respectful people. But somehow, this politics that we have allowed to take center place in our lives, do you know, it disregards all that? Because during the silly season of politics, everything goes. How do you actually bring about a conversation of development when campaigning is full of insults? It's full of narratives that demean other people, narratives that look at the worst in people. The few times that I listen to clips from Rigathi Gachagua, the immediate former deputy president, the thing that I marvel at, the things that he tells us about the president, I ask myself, but I thought these were things that were private. That's how come you know them. So why are you telling the entire nation about this? It happened.
He has weaponized that information.
Yes, but I'm asking myself, so what does this tell me about this person? I mean, in all honesty, We all know there's a word we use. Yeah, it's called decency. There are things we don't talk about.
We listen, we don't judge, City.
No. You listen, you accommodate it, okay? And it becomes part and parcel of your thought process also.
Yeah.
You've allowed it to be part and parcel. For instance, why do you think that there's a generation of Kenyans who can form a sentence with swear words?
By the way,
it's a sentence.
Very easily.
One swear word after another. And if you give it time, the profanity just increases. Why? Where do you think the influence came from? It's not their parents. It's not their community. It is where they spend most of their time. Because it's a conversation that is curated in that venue. And so they don't even notice how they're internalizing it. But everything that is described with a swear word. Or a profanity description. They no longer say this thing. It is this, a profanity.
By the way,
what are you doing? It is prefaced or interfaced with a profanity. Now, do you think one sits back and says, at what point did I get to the point where this is how I speak? Because that's how you think. So when you look at political rhetoric or narratives in politics, please do not assume that they do not have an effect. They do. They do. Your moral compass doesn't get warped in a day. It's incremental. You allow a bit of this in, you allow a bit of this in. Before you know it, you're permissive. Before you know it, everything goes. Before you know it, you're open to all manner of perverse things. It's how it happens.
Yeah.
Why do you think it is that somebody is elected or somebody is appointed to look after the welfare of people, and they can easily tell you about how much money they have? You know full well they don't have a factory that produces nails. You know full well they don't own a dairy. You know full well they don't own a construction company. So your guess is as good as mine as to where it is they've gotten the money that they keep flaunting.
Yeah.
And yet if you went to the area they come from, you'll find the poverty levels are extremely high. What do you think creates that blindness?
I don't know, Stockholm syndrome or something. I don't understand how you could be my MP and you come and address me with a watch worth 2 million Kenya shillings.
Yes.
A jacket worth half a meter. God knows your shoes are how much. And I'm there listening to you and I'm like, okay, this is the guy who's going to come and say.
You know, you even look up to the person. What do you think has happened to you? Because you're not questioning where this person has gotten their wealth. Look, there are people who earn loads and loads and tons of money in this country, and it is easily justifiable. But there's something wrong, honestly wrong, when banks declare, I am not against banks.
Yeah.
But they declare massive dividends. And here individuals who work there in those high positions earning oodles and oodles of money.
Yeah.
Again, it is negotiated, it is agreed upon, and that is what they have agreed to be paid. When you look at the poverty index in this country, it tells you something's very wrong.
Yes, very wrong.
You can't have people who are earning 1,000 times more than somebody. Oh no, let me not take the poor person. Within that same institution, you'll find that person earning 300-400 times more. Somebody who works in that place probably even has more education than them. Something is actually wrong.
That's what I was asking. What is our role as guys? Because at the end of the day, we're the ones who will elect these people.
Yes.
Something has got to be off, Mazi.
There's something very exciting I saw in 2024. Before the chaos we saw, invasion of parliament. I think that was wrong. We cannot grow a nation where we are encouraging the population to invade police stations, parliament. We can't. There must be law and order. Even in protest, we need to maintain law and order. But there's something I saw very exciting. And I was having that conversation with my sons back in 2024. When the initial conversation was about challenging the finance bill, that for me was exciting. Because I said, finally, this conversation now is issue-based. It's not one term, two term, it's not tribe. It's this, let's unpack this finance bill. Let's go deep into this document. So when it turned into one term, I said, what rubbish. The next leader will come and give us a finance bill similar. Why? We're already in a hole. And anybody who tells you otherwise is not being realistic. You just need to look at where we are today. And these are conversations that have been held at different levels. If you look at where we were at independence, and particularly if you look at where we were when Jomo Kenyatta passed and Moi took over, find out what we were collecting and what we were spending on recurrent and on loans. And then you come to the Moi era. You say when Moi left office, this is what we were collecting, this is what we were spending on salaries and loans. Then you come to the Mwai Kibaki era and you say by the time he left office, this is what we were collecting, this is what we were spending. And then you come to the Uhuru era. There is no doubt that any layman who can look at numbers will tell you our appetite for borrowing went over the ceiling, went over the roof. To use layman's language, we fuliza more than we could afford to fuliza. So by the time we're entering this presidency, we were in trouble.
We were fulizwad.
We were fulizwad, max. And now this is a problem. And I keep saying, on a previous show we were saying on our podcast, we were saying the architecture of Kenya was all wrong. And that is the problem that we're facing today. Our architecture in 64. The things we did between 64 and 78. Because they set the pace and the example for how leaders behave. Number one, the top office is used for amassing wealth. So when you are sent to the top, you must make money. My generation, when we were growing up in our 40s and 50s, if you were a minister and left office and you were broke, we thought you were a fool. How is this guy broke? He didn't own a car. This man he didn't use his office because that's how we were wired. That's how we were socialized. Yet this man has actually served you. Look, my elder brother Kalonzo, he has his faults. But what was one of the biggest challenges people chapa him for? He didn't do a road to his home.
Yes, in his shoes, yeah.
Then you must ask yourself, is that a good or a bad thing in governance? But the way we are socialized, it's a bad thing. But if you look at it from a point of governance, it's a good thing. He didn't misuse his office. But the way we are socialized, it's a very bad thing. Okay? So it's a big problem. We need, and I don't know how we're going to do this. One of the things I find that is exciting, and this is something that came to me, I was dealing with some foreign investors, and we're in a meeting somewhere, and they said something that was profound. They said, you guys keep complaining as Kenyans. Us guys from outside looking in, we're excited. Ask him why. He said, a sitting president was sent back to the ballot by the Supreme Court, and he complied. And I said, oh yeah. He said, you Kenyans are forgetting. Another guy from the US said, a sitting president temporarily handed power and went to the ICC and stood in the dock and defended himself. And I said, yeah. He said, yeah, so the problem we have in Kenya, and that tweaked my mind, and it was about 2 years ago, we don't actually recognize our gains. For Raila, the gains were major, but everybody thought for him the victory is the presidency. No, this guy had done his bit. So that's how we need to start looking at leadership, and middle class have to point that out. We say, yeah, this guy has done a good job, but maybe this is not for you.
Andrew, let's take a short break.
Yes.
We get into the news. Then when we return, of course, the conversation continues. And like City has said, let's talk about this silly season of politics. Yes. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya has tested 196 suspected Ebola cases, with all the samples coming back negative. Public Health Principal Secretary Mary Muthoni says the country is maintaining surveillance and testing as Ebola continues to spread in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The DRC outbreak has so far killed more than 2,000 people, raising concerns about the disease spreading to other countries in the region. Makueni Senator Dan Manzo is raising concern over growing cases of political violence and alleged police brutality ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Manzo criticized alleged attacks during political campaigns and questioned the handling of security matters. He called for tougher penalties against politicians who sponsor violence, including possible restrictions on their participation in elections.
Even if there are rumors that some people are fed up with the Hague, the International Criminal Court, those who want to pull out can pull out. But the International Criminal Court is still very important. It is still relevant. It has not been wound up. The world community finds it important that it is there to deal with such people who cannot be prosecuted at home because of political connections. You see a prosecution in Kenya. If the DPP is urged by politicians or by powers that be, don't prosecute so and so, he is very helpless because the same people can impeach him at the House. So we people should not be protected while committing crime. And it doesn't matter who. If you are to stop this, you must sack from the top. If somebody is really double speaking, you promise there is not going to be violence, and you give violence. You make sure that the police doesn't stop it. And there's a way violence can be on such a large extent that it can overwhelm the police in the region.
Head of Public Service Felix Kosgei has called on Kenyans, especially young people, to take active role in shaping the country's Vision 2060 development blueprint. Speaking in Lugulu Butula constituency in Busia County, Kosgei urged the youth to participate in public consultations and share their views, saying they will be among the main beneficiaries of the long-term plan. He also defended government development projects, saying they are benefiting Kenyans across the country.
I want to urge all of us on that note that with the launching of the national conversation to discuss Kenya beyond 2030 and perhaps to 2060 or 2063, we want to urge all citizens to participate. All of us, all the tribes, all the regions, all the age groups, women, men, children, all of them.
National Assembly Minority Leader Junet Mohammed says the alliance between ODM and President William Ruto's UDA is aimed at promoting an inclusive government and ending tribal politics in Kenya. Junet says the partnership is focused on bringing Kenyans together and promoting national unity.
Watu wanashangaa kwa nini ODM inaunga mkono President Ruto. Hii uchaguzi inakuja hii, unaona hii ndio uchaguzi ya kumaliza ukabila hapa Kenya. Kuna wengine hawataki watu wengine wakuwe kwa serikali. Mnakumbuka hii mtu wa simu wakati alikuwa deputy president, vile alikuwa anatufanyia kama ODM. Tukienda maandamano anaingia asubuhi saa 11 ofisi, hajataka kumaliza sisi. Sasa sisi tunaweza fuata mtu kama hiyo? Sisi tumeungana na serikali ya UDA kwa sababu tunataka serikali ambayo inajumuisha Wakenya wote.
2 people have died and several others evacuated after 2 fire broke out almost at the same time on the Greek island of Salamima near Athens. About 200 firefighters were deployed to prevent the fires from joining as strong winds fueled the flames. The cause of the fire is not yet known. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back. It is now 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? This last hour, kama kawaida, I usually say, promises to be the best one. And I can see your comments. Folks agreeing with Andrew Ndolo in the studio. In case you're just joining us, let me tell you who we are with. Andrew Ndolo, he's a political practitioner, commentator, and very interesting fellow to listen to. Kuna vitu amekuwa akisema hapa nikasema, yeah, by the way, hatujaifikiria hii mambo hivi. We've had, Andrew, many times people saying that, elections are not a do or die kind of situation. Even the president himself, he said, look, guys, I mean, it's never that serious. You guys give me this thing, good. You don't give me, I move on. Yeah. But do we really mean what we say? We say this again for that political expediency thing?
Well, first and foremost, we had this conversation a while back. And we said, the politics in Kenya is seriously contaminated. And it goes back to the architecture from 64. Our problem now is this. His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, who I interacted with in the Kanu days, and who is actually 2 years younger than me, is a very driven individual, extremely. I would be shocked if he is willing to just relax. He's going to keep his eye on the ball, and he must get his second term. He's going to work very hard. But there's a point I want to make. Our politicians say I'm going for MP, which I have done twice, and my budget is 20 million, for example, because those are the numbers we are hearing being tossed around. Unless you are serious, you love Kenya and you're a philanthropist, why would you spend 20 million?
To be an MP.
And write it off? Of course not. There must be a return on investment. And this 20 million maybe is not all your money. There's a businessman friend who's given you 7 million. That guy has given you 2 million. Those guys want something.
At the end of it all.
So that's why CDF is contaminated and the contracts at the county level are contaminated. And now because you want to recover the money you've spent, you must get that job, regardless of if you qualify. So you have a company which does not qualify to do a road, does not have capacity, but you have to return your money. And because we were Wiper, or we were UDA, or we were who, and I supported this guy for governor, he owes me. So you come to the ground, Bwana Governor, you get a road. You don't have the capacity. It's a return on investment. So this thing is a rotten apple. And there's something we said on Stories of Siasa, where we've been having these conversations. We said, as Kenyans, it's time we ask ourselves, for us to get the leaders we deserve. In fact, let me put it differently. For us to get the leaders that we should be getting. Because when they say the ones you deserve, it
could be the other way around.
If you don't perform, then whoever will come in, if you don't vote. It's time we have a conversation. The taxpayer needs to pay for the primaries that are held by political parties. Let it be run by IEBC. So that from the onset, for you to end up as a flag bearer for a political party, the process and exercise has undergone some level of vetting by an by a serious organization, an independent organization that can actually say Andrew Ndolo doesn't qualify because he's affiliated with a construction company that has been paid X amount of money and has not completed that job of a bridge he was awarded to do. If we get there,
but we do have that, Andrew, don't we?
No, you see, what happens is this. Political parties identify their candidate. Then that candidate ends up gazetted. And that is the candidate who ends up on the ballot.
But IEBC should stop you even before you become a candidate on the ballot. Because your party, whichever party it is, let's call it Radio Generation Party.
Yes.
It has given you nomination.
Yes.
Now you're the mgombeaji wa Kilome.
Yes.
IEBC gets to you and says, but this guy has got these cases going on. This guy was flagged for incitement. This guy, all those criteria. And they say, atutaki.
They should be able to do it. But I think they're so boggled in how big the exercise is. If they got involved at the beginning, what would happen? You've got 5 or 7 guys who are going for MCA, and 2 or 3 of these guys don't qualify. Have you seen the story about certificates?
Yes.
That should be a major thing at the primary level. And
you mean academic certificates?
Yes.
Okay.
It's such a big thing. And it's huge. In fact, the other day I was having a very robust conversation with some guys, and I was saying maybe that thing should be removed. Let guys be Form 4. Because these guys are all buying certificates.
Either way.
Yeah. So let's just be Form 4. Let's not focus on academic as heavily as we are focusing on integrity. Because this thing of academics, there's a thing IBC does, which I've done twice when I was an aspirant, which is proficiency in English.
Okay.
That should be enough. Should be enough. They should have a yardstick. They say this is a yardstick. If you tick all the boxes, you are in. So that we focus where we should, which is in the integrity.
Okay.
Because that's where our problem is. And why is it a problem? Today, if I am the party leader of a party called Ndola, and I'm emerging in Ukambani, what do? I give a ticket to a guy who has money. He can invest, he can contribute to the party.
Yeah.
That guy is not giving money for free. That guy wants return on investment.
Then in that case, we should also abolish this whole issue of campaign funding. Wewe utembee kwa constituency yako yote ukijisemea.
Yes.
Without necessarily having to spend that 20. Actually, as a matter of fact, if it is found that... Why are you laughing, City?
Because it can't happen.
It won't happen.
Because, I mean, surely, people are getting mad cash. For
crazy
lack of a better
cash.
word. Yes.
Crazy cash.
They're getting, mad cash.
Yes.
And it is running in the billions. Let's not forget their MPs or aspirants who will line up people and give them 1,000 bob.
Oh, yes.
And remind them, usisahau kura ni kwa fulani.
Are you forgetting I was in Kanu?
You are in
You're
Kanu.
talking to a guy who's seen that firsthand. Because I emerged in a by-election. In a by-election, the focus of the country is in one constituency. So I saw the heavy lifting that a party comes with. And we were in the all-powerful Kanu. Yeah, where, resources could be deployed. So I saw that.
Okay.
But when the dust settled, I asked myself, okay, so we've spent X amount as a party. And we've gotten our candidate in. So now, what next? Because you've just poured money on the ground.
Yeah.
The electorate now is brainwashed. If you don't come with money, they won't listen to you. So, by-election 2001, general election 2002, chaos. You have to spend money.
But you know, Chief, that what has just been described is not just criminal, it is sinful. I'm going to explain myself. It is the worst possible form of taking advantage of your most vulnerable. The worst possible form. You know full well there are people who've never seen 100 shillings note. You know. 200 now, they're almost stratospheric in their thinking.
Yeah.
The thing that would make them appreciate 100 shillings note because it's something that they themselves can generate is the thing you avoid at all costs. This 2010 constitution and devolution was supposed to take care of that. It put up the structures. The first thing, the body that was charged with ensuring that we midwife this process so that we ensure that we enact laws that are in tandem with the constitution, that thing was given a life for 5 years.
Yes.
Minimum should have been 15. 5 years. You've barely begun to understand the constitution. What are you going to do in 5 years? The authority that had been there to again also help this process. Yeah, but it still exists, but it's in some department in government. Essentially, it's brain dead. You don't hear of it, you don't know what it does. Then, the power that the Constitution gave to Parliament, budget making. The first order of business is they seek to now dilute the very chapter that would bring about the enforcement of the check and balance. They dilute it nicely. You can impeach a president. By the way, when you impeach a deputy president, it's the same process for impeaching a president. It's not
Yes,
different.
it is.
You can impeach a governor, but you can't remove an MP.
Imagine.
They made sure.
Yes.
Now you tell me. You have a situation that pertains to what I'm saying, and we are living with it. It's not as though we're making it up. It's not in another country. It's in Kenya. And we actually think that this is a situation that is going to bring about change. We even made sure that we'll ignore the law and we'll give these parliamentarians money for them to help the constitution. I personally like the idea of CDF, personally, because I've witnessed what it has done. Okay? So whenever I hear people saying that this money should be given to the county government, I say, for heaven's sake, please don't. These fellows can't even manage the money you've already given them well. What makes you think that if you give them more money, they'll suddenly do better? You know, Paul, the conversation, so long as it remains political, the lives of our people will never change.
Yeah.
So long as all we are doing is discussing our politics and not discussing how it is that we can improve the lives of our people, nothing will not change. And if somebody purports to want to be elected and wants to be a political leader, and they're not talking about how they're going to improve the lives of the people, and I'm not talking about building roads and bringing water, no. What, meeting them at their point of need, what is it that these people of yours do on a daily basis? How do they make a living? How do you improve that so that this thing that they do can actually earn them a living? I live in a settlement scheme called Muhoroni. We were sugarcane farmers. Well, some people still are. I'm not. The people who began that settlement scheme were people like my grandparents in 1964. They could eke a living with that sugar cane. They were paying off a loan to the land trustee board, whatever it is called, but they could eke a living. Parents were sending the children to school, and they don't talk about you thousands of acres. No. Ratoons, 2.5 acres, 2.5 acres, 2.5 acres. Some were even sending the children abroad with that. Right now, a sugarcane farmer is a very poor person.
True.
Really poor.
He's a peasant.
No. Peasant, we describe you because you're making a living from something like farming. At best, you're food secure for yourself. This one, even that one, they're not. So how do you explain it? You've actually seen prosperity from that particular crop, and now you're seeing poverty, and you trace it back to what? We allowed people to import 40% of our sugar needs because we could only produce 60%. But people ended up importing more than the 40%.
It's now almost 100%.
So factories became packaging plants as opposed to processing the sugar. And even when they processed the sugar, there was never a time when you'd go to the store and find that the sugar that had been milled was not there. It was all sold.
But Andrew has said it. The architecture from 1964.
Trouble.
Hapo ndio mambo iliharibika.
It's a problem.
Venye tulianza tu.
Yeah. Because the first man who occupied the seat at the helm, by the time he was leaving, was a very rich man. So that's the example. And you don't need to go far. I keep saying, you can tell your son or your daughter, cigarette smoking is bad for you. But he sees you going outside to puff.
Yeah.
Maybe out of fear, respect of you, he will not smoke in your presence, but he will smoke. So when we say corruption is bad, and we point fingers, and I go here because you hear the biggest argument you hear, so-and-so is corrupt, Ruto is corrupt, but who is pointing the finger? Who is saying this guy is corrupt?
A fellow corrupt person.
And the leadership has showed us from 64, when you occupy the seat at the helm, you must amass. You must. And it has become a cancer. It's not all doom and gloom.
Yep.
2010 constitution brought in some good things. We have a judiciary that largely is operating almost independently. Yes, there's interference, but there's good stuff. Like I said, a sitting president was sent back to the ballot. That is a good thing.
Yeah.
We have IEBC that time has grown to an almost completely independent institution.
Okay.
Yes, we are heading in the right direction.
Even this one?
Yes, we're heading in the right direction.
Okay.
And why do I say this? Human nature is that we will fiddle. We will fiddle. But we still have an institution that to a large extent does well. And the political class will not want to accept it. But all Kalau, there were no challenges. Nobody said they didn't perform. Yeah. People said they won and they celebrated and, So I'm asking those leaders who are celebrating the victory in All Kalau to be honest enough next year to say, here and here and here and here there's a problem, but by and large this thing has been practiced well. Because they did do a good job. I mean, I've not had anybody complain about All Kalau at any level, loser and winner. So there is some good.
Okay.
But like my elder brother CT is saying, the middle class has to step up. We have to get involved in political parties. We don't have to vie. There's this misplaced thinking that you have to be a candidate to bring about change. You can bring about change. There are people like Yash Palgai and others who did their bit. And if you go down memory lane, it is littered with heroes. But we focus on the guy who won the presidency. That's why I keep saying Raila had serious gains, were never recognized. So for him, the focus was the presidency. Yet if we recognized his gains, maybe that would have been sufficient for him to build a big party and pick a candidate who they felt was fitting to lead Kenya.
What is really strange, Andrew, is that of all the political parties that currently exist in Kenya, the most organized party is actually UDA. Structurally, they are very organized. All these other people who are vying and are seeking to perhaps place a candidate, they are not quite as organized as UDA, beginning from the grassroots upwards. Why do I mention this? You see, the rhetoric and the narratives have formed the key pillar in our politics. And if you listen to even the discussions we have around politics, it's based on certain narratives that people have said. Now, look at how that takes you away from the actual thing you should be focusing on. Because then that conversation takes you to what Andrew is saying. It takes you to a discussion in the presidency. So the governor gets a free pass. The things this person should do, which he doesn't do, and which are mandated by him, and which he swore to do, nobody even looks at them closely. The MP who should legislate and who should hold the executive account doesn't do it. We don't even discuss it. Because there are people who are smart enough to mark. You see, our politics is a product. And anyone who is a good marketer will know what to do with it. There was a company called Cambridge Analytica who came to Kenya at some point. I would say they opened my eyes. I'm not going to say they opened our eyes because I don't know how other people's eyes were opened, but I know about my own. They made me understand something that I had never really understood. When you get an effective marketer who knows the product and knows the end user, they can do a wonderful job in meeting the needs of whoever is paying them, but it can wreak havoc in a country. Because if you look at our politics, we've commoditized it. Everything we say. In 2022, June the 1st, EACC, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, sent a list of 241 people whom they had blacklisted.
Yes.
You think IEBC took note? No, they did not. And yet you'll hear that, well, you know this, EAC don't do anything, and they should be. They did their bit, and they followed a criteria. Now, they don't have the power to ensure that somebody is not on the ballot. IBC does. IBC didn't do their jobs, and yet it's an independent institution. The moral decay that we speak of is real. You have a police service that is independent, and you keep saying, the president said this. You wonder. You already have the job. You even have tenure of office.
You are protected.
You are protected. But no.
Hey, in this country, are you really protected?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
No, you're protected by, on paper, you're
those
very
offices,
protected.
Those offices are protected. Yeah, that's
you have to effect it. How do judges get away by, yes, the government wants to push something, the court tells you, no, that we're not doing. Clean. How do you think that happens? You see, when you have the law on your side, you actually don't need much more. But remember, look at the conditioning. Jamani, if you go against the government, that was the problem we had in the Moi era. That was the problem we had in the Kenyatta era.
Yes. Maybe I've watched too many movies, because me, I see people being blackmailed.
In your case, not just movies. It's the type of movies you watch.
When I watch movies, Bana, you could be a very clean judge.
Stick to movies like Zombie Apocalypse.
There's
nothing political about that.
Because you're a judge, uko sawa, you're clear-minded, but kidogo like this, mara sijui your wife has been abducted, so now you have to say things according to a certain way, or rule in a certain way. Mara your children, someone sends you a video, they know where they go to school, and then now you're told, hey, remember that judgment today. So
Paul,
clearly
consider what Andrew said about it's not all doom and gloom.
Yes.
If you want to know that the law is effective, it's because of what you've just described. If it was useless, they would let you do what you want, and they wouldn't bother. That they bother tells you they actually understand the force of the law. They do, and because they do, they want to ensure that the truth doesn't come out. If they thought the truth had no power or no impact, they really wouldn't bother you.
True. Caesar Nero on YouTube is saying, what should be done to reduce Kenya's corruption, tribalism, nepotism, and poor living standards? Should it be from macro to micro, or vice versa? We need a good state to create a good country.
We don't have a problem with corruption, Paul. Corruption is a manifestation.
I think in very many words, he's talking about the impunity.
Yes. Yes. In the absence of impunity, if it wasn't there, you wouldn't see the levels of corruption that we see.
Exactly.
Yes. When you know you can get away, or you will get away with something, then you can be very gung-ho about whatever it is you want to do.
Kelvin Wanyonyi says, Mbuvi, pass my question to Ndolo. Are we fundamentally dealing with policy issues more than anything else?
Well, yes and no.
Okay.
Yeah. Like we keep saying, there has to be political goodwill to take something where you need it to go. But sometimes you can nudge the political class so that they are aligned, like our children did in 2024. They said, we're going to expose you, we're going to hack your phones, we will find out how much money you have, we'll find out who your concubines are. That was nudging. That is nudging. Even if it doesn't happen, it's like shining a torch on something. Somebody realizes, what? I better behave. We can do that, and it doesn't have to be covert. We can say, we are going to audit performance of MPs in Parliament. Who debates what, who votes for what, and because this generation that was out on the streets have the intellectual and the IT capacity to do it. What some of us need to do is to organize these, this what we call the Gen Z, to organize and tell them, guys, let's do this. Okay, we're not interested in covert things because we are building a nation. However, in the next year, and I'm talking about now to the next election, let's capture everything everybody says.
Every MP, every MC, every senator.
Let's put it on a server. Let us consult the legal minds amongst us.
Yes.
What legal options exist for us to call these guys to account within the judiciary? What can we do? Can we make an application to stop this guy? Can we challenge IEBC not to clear him? Let's have that conversation. So that as you're inciting, we are capturing that material. And we're putting it in servers. And we're going to challenge you. And we're going to challenge IEBC. So that if we feel the government is not playing its role, we will challenge you. It's possible. Because look, we had people who we were calling assistant ministers who got another name. CAS. Those guys were dropped. Kenyans have forgotten that thing, Quishad. They're out, gone, finished. We had presidential advisor's office. I actually know 2 or 3 people who worked in that office. People who I believe were doing a good job. But because of the way we arrived at that office, that thing was abolished. So, in my humble opinion, there's a lot we can do. We must learn not to point fingers. Let's get creative. Let's call these guys out. Do you know some of the things we're compiling can help us? So that if we end up in a 2007 scenario PV, we will be the ones giving the evidence. We will have it. We will say, this guy said this. He said this happened.
Yeah.
Because now if the member of parliament for Homa Bay made utterances in vernacular that suggested that certain things should not happen, and I've seen it, it's on social media.
You mean Homa Bay town?
Yes. Let it be out there. Let it be out there. Because it's his in words. You know, when you use somebody's words against him, he can't even sue you for defamation. It is his words. When I am talking about this Councillor Kana and my party leader, my elder brother, party leader Vukambani, going to defend him, I'm not casting aspersions. It's there in the media. He went to defend him, which is his right. But I'm urging him as my elder brother and as a presidential candidate, don't cuddle this guy. This guy is trouble. You want to be president of Kenya. You want to get votes across the board. There are people who are UDA who you want to seduce to give you their vote. At that level, it's a seduction. So when you say we Kambas can't take Kalonzo to president. We don't have the vote as Kambas. He needs other guys. So what he needs to do is he needs to be careful so that across the fence, the guys are saying, this guy is not a bad guy. So, and the only way that will happen is, particularly a man with his credentials.
Yeah.
He just needs to walk the middle sometimes. I saw his interview with his former colleagues, and I watched the whole interview. Media being what it is, particularly social media, they picked the negative part, and they blew it out of proportion about his comments about she and Shah and the way he spoke. But if you watch the entire interview, you listen to his credentials, and I'm saying this guy needs to surround himself with some serious brains, because in terms of the landscape for presidency today, he, in my humble opinion, is the only guy who has credentials out of the entire cluster that people can say, nyewe,
hapa kuna kitu.
This guy has got something. Because when he talks about his work with South Sudan, Somalia, foreign affairs, he's been in education, he's been in environment, he's been vice president. He has humbled himself and gone for an interview. To be interviewed to be Raila's running mate. Then he was not even picked. Martha Karua is picked, and he still comes from a humble position and supports. Those are, I keep saying, we don't see the wins. We're so focused on the presidency. There's a lot of things Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka has done, which are wins. But everybody in the political class, because they want you to create a way for Wiper, so they become MPs, MCAs and governor. They focus you on the presidency. Yet this guy has got wins littered in the past 20 years in his life. He's done this, he's done this. You know, his hand has not been seen in corruption. People have not said, hey, this guy, it's not there. They talk about Ashamba in Yatta. If you follow the law, you'll find there's nothing he did that was illegal. Because if the constitution then allowed whoever was at the helm the power to allocate land to you, who are you to point a finger? In a previous interview, we talked about that thing about how do you occupy the moral high ground to call somebody out?
Yeah.
We even went as far as saying the British High Commission sits on land that belonged to Kenya Railway, which was allocated to somebody.
Yes.
So even when they talk down to us about corruption, you know, really.
Kidogo, mali wanaongelelea kutoka, it's tricky.
They shouldn't have bought that shamba. They shouldn't have. But because the law allowed whoever had the power to allocate the land to that person, it happened. So, to answer to what some of our viewers are saying.
On the policy issue,
On the policy issue. It needs a political goodwill. But yes, we can push policy. People think that for you to pull a bill on the floor of the House, you have to be a sitting member of parliament. That is not the case.
Part 2 of that question, is the Kenyan populace producing politicians that are just a reflection of them? How does this shift?
Yeah, to a certain extent, yes. But, and I say this again because this is a conversation we've had on Stories of Siasa. My generation is beholden to the tribal politics. We are beholden to the big man syndrome. That's why you probably won't find many people of my generation who will dare say some of the things I'm saying. Because we grew up in a time when you looked over your shoulder. You know, so people say, what is he saying? Why? Hey, anatoboa siri, you know? But this younger generation actually can go where we couldn't go. My humble opinion is that my generation needs to just nudge them. Tell them this. That's why I'm doing this. We've talked about the architecture of Kenya. We've took people through where we were from 64. We've talked about the Jomo Kenyatta presidency on stories as siasa. Then we came to now Moi. We talked about the Moi, the vice president, who was vice president when a traditional oath was taken, saying power will not leave Kiambu, and you're the vice president. And they're not whispering. You know that they are saying even you're a flower girl. You will never be president. So what did that make him? When he became a president, who was the man who was taken through this and the 82 coup and became the man of Mwakenya and Nyayo Chambers? So how he was treated to a large extent must have contributed
to who he became.
Yeah. Okay. Fast forward, how was the Oginga family treated? Oginga Odinga detained. This is a man who refused to ascend to the presidency until Jomo Kenyatta is released from detention. And soon thereafter they fall out. Detained by the man who he made president. Fast forward to Raila. I was in Kanu when Raila came and dismantled us in Tutu. Completely dismantled us. He exited with Saitoti and we were done. Kalonzo and others followed. But Saitoti was the first move, which was genius. Because Saitoti, in the Kanu hierarchy, was the most senior politician.
Yeah.
And in the landscape for presidency, was the most senior. In other words, between the other opponents, other than Mwai Kibaki. This was a man who could have trounced the opposition. Because if Moi had picked Saitoti, the others would not have run away. The Kalonzos would have remained. Even Raila would have remained.
Yeah.
Because they would have seen a potential government with this man. Because, personal interests always override national interests.
For sure.
In politics. But when he pulled him out and brought Uhuru, who was younger than all of them, they realized, what? This guy gets in, we are done.
Yes.
And like we were saying on Stories of Siasa, if this guy gets in with a visibly strong, intelligent, healthy, Moi, retired president, he will have sight over the presidency. They will finish the likes of Raila politically. They just make sure you are done. So what it did is, it forced Raila to get creative. He made Kibaki president. When he made Kibaki president, what happened? The first order of business, they dishonored the MOU. And the younger generation don't know about that MOU. That MOU was signed so that the cluster that left Kanu then would share power with the cluster that was in the opposition already. That was Kivuda Kibwana, Charity Ngilu, our friend and best president, if you ask a lot of Kenyans, Mwai Kibaki. Those guys were in a formation. And these guys were leaving Kanu and needed a home. And these Kanu guys knew, if we don't team up, Uhuru will be president. And some of us politically are done. Moi will be bitter. So, they signed an MOU. First order of business, Kibaki the gentleman dishonors that thing.
And what do we then have? We have a referendum.
Yes.
But did he dishonor that thing knowingly? Ama, he found himself in a position whereby, damn, it's a done deal.
Again, and I always say I'm not the custodian of all political knowledge, but from where I sit, he could have renegotiated it. Could have told Raila, this cake is small na tuko wengi. So let's do this. Can we renegotiate this thing? And politics, being politics, you can drag that out for a year or two as you're finding your feet as president.
Because I remember that time Kibaki was unwell. He was just coming from an accident.
Yes.
He's forming government.
Yes.
There's all this drama of I need to deliver on some of the things, free education.
Yes.
So I feel like at the time it was just story ni nyingi bana. I will deal with you later. Let me first of all deal with this.
No, I was an aspirant for MP. So I was in those political formations.
Okay.
And there were guys who would justify that shortchanging of the MOU. They would say, no, the end justifies the means. We needed to get it to power. I'm thinking, how do you excuse bad behavior? Because what you do politically comes to haunt you. Because there's younger politicians watching. Those of us who are in our 30s, we're thinking, okay, it's okay to shaft people. So you've just glorified an act that is a breach of contract. So that's a Kenya you're building. And that gave us the Raila who we ended up in PV and they shook hands.
Yeah.
And so now, out of crisis, Raila is into power. So what happens? Fast forward.
But that MOU thing gave birth to the Raila we knew until his death.
Man saw himself at Uhuru Park.
Yeah.
He saw himself. Another crisis gave birth to a handshake. We had Sufuria riots against Ruto. And the Sufuria riots against Ruto were before Ruto had read his first budget. So here again we are. This guy has created another crisis. He is shaking hands with Ruto. What did he do in 2024? After our children were out on the streets, he took advantage, came, shook hands, formed government. But can you blame him? And besides the story of the MOU,
yes,
this guy was detained.
Was it 9 years or 8 years?
It was 8 years.
Yeah.
And he was detained twice. He had to flee Kenya. We were treated to images of his wife Ida being kicked out of a government house with her babies.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is the way we treat leaders, because of our architecture, the way we've treated leaders has given us the leaders who've taken Kenya where we are, where the focus is at the top. Presidency, we don't care about MP, MC, we don't. And because we focus on top, then it comes down to political and party affiliation. We are not thinking deeper. And that's why I'm saying this younger generation.
Yes.
This generation that went, do you know that 2024 thing had no party lining? For me, it was very exciting. They were not saying Kamba, Kikuyu, Jubilee, but no. They were saying this finance bill. Whoever votes for this thing
is a traitor.
And I'll tell you, for you to understand the political class and the damage they've done and the contamination that is in our political class, there were people around the president who rubbished those demonstrations.
Yeah.
That's how we ended up with the chaos. They must have told him, those children, these guys are paid.
What a choker too.
Even saying that they are paid, they say opposition. Instead of looking at deeply
and being honest,
deeply looking at it, where is this thing coming from? Where is this coming from? Who's pushing this agenda? It doesn't look like there's a political class there. What are they saying? That's what the politicians should have done. But they pushed this guy, they told him, nah. And because he's already come into office with squabbles, remember who William Ruto was. He was a hounded vice president. The guy you saw they were not even shaking hands with him at some point.
Yeah.
You remember the Bombers BBI drama. He's being locked out of a waiting room. National TV, you can see. That's a vice president. Deputy president outside. And the president is with Raila. So he was treated badly. So the way we've treated our leaders over time has given Kenyans the leaders who ascend to the top or dictate where we go. And it's unfortunate. That's why I talk about the architecture. The architecture was wrong. So we need to find a way for this young generation to change the conversation, to change the narrative, to focusing on you as a leader, not your tribe or what. How did you vote on this bill and why did you vote there? And they showed us in 2024 they could do it. So now, in my humble opinion, let's start a conversation to audit the leaders who are driving the conflict narrative. Let's start it now. And let us build capacity so that we can call them out before IEBC clears them. I think it's in March or when it happens.
Yes.
Let's bring that content. Let's get legal capacity. Let's go to the courts. Let's start a fundraising exercise or whatever it is. Let's start an animal that is telling you if you're vying for president and you've said 1, 2, 3, you're not going to get cleared. We're going to come after you. And let it be across the board. Let it not be tribal based, let it not be party based.
We had that animal, Andrew, if I'm not wrong, during again anti-finance bill protests of 2024.
Yes,
when that animal was saying that it is tribeless, partyless, leaderless, and very many other lesses I'm forgetting.
Yes,
but somehow that animal was either tamed or
it was hijacked. The violence to invade parliament, in my humble, honest opinion, was not our children. Somebody took advantage. Why do I say this? We saw them outside Nation Center, and we're in the evenings. Hundreds of them.
Yeah.
Not a single rear view mirror touched, not a single car broken into, and they would walk in and out of town.
Not a single shop broken into?
Nothing. And they were in the
offering them water.
they were in the hundreds.
Yes.
I was so proud to be a father of that generation. I said, Allah, these guys can change our country.
Yeah.
But somebody took advantage of it. And that is why the anger we saw outside Parliament, that was not our children. Yes, they were amongst them, but there were people who had an agenda who took over this thing.
There was like a virus in there.
Somebody.
So then how then can that animal be revived without it still be
What makes you
being
think
hijacked?
it's dead, Paul?
Yes, I don't think it's dead.
Because I'm not saying it's dead. I'm just saying something happened to that animal.
It can't be revived to the point where it is what it was.
Why?
It has changed.
Why?
Well, the group that went out and the group that now exists, very different. The experience of those demonstrations changed those young people. They saw things they'd never seen before. See, our generation, we talk of dungeons, we know people who are in those dungeons. It's not a story that we tell. We know, we have friends, we went to school with, people we went to college with, who are in those dungeons. We know of people who even escaped and went abroad. It was part of our lived experience then. When you have colleagues whom you were with and you had the same purpose with dying because they were trying to make a point, you look at this politics rather differently.
That is true.
The lenses with which they got in the first time is not the same lenses that they have now. It's not.
So they might not be as much in your face, but I believe
but they've learned how to work without you necessarily knowing what it is that they're doing. The example that Andrew gave right now about Raila and the life that he led and what he did, he and others who were trying to bring about change. And even when we had the makings of the change, beginning with the multi-party system being brought into, being brought back to life in Kenya, remember, most of our leaders who really rise to the top, it's adversity that tends to take them there. See, like now, Gachagua is where he is because of adversity. Raila, with every person who spoke and opposed him one way or the other, what they probably didn't see was they're keeping that man in the news every single day.
Exactly.
Even if they spoke something about him which they deemed to be true, they were speaking about him. Now, the same is happening with the president. There are those who are determined that they must mention his name and his party in every breath. They're keeping him in the news.
Yes, completely. And you know, I tell you the tragedy about this journey we've been on as a nation. And that's why I keep saying there are wins that the political class will not focus on because they need to create the waves. They won't tell their leaders, by the way, in fact, let's organize an award. Let's call you to KICC and give you a trophy or something. Let's recognize that as a win. Raila was in the formations that fought for multi-party.
Okay.
Raila was in the formations that fought for the new constitution. But what nobody actually realizes or who talks about, he was the champion for the 2010 constitution. He was one of the champions. But here he is swaying himself in, going against the same document
that he fought for.
Because what he did was an act of treason. So it shows you how warped the system has been over the years. And the only way we change this animal is through the younger generation. My generation is in trouble. We cannot think politically without thinking tribe. We can't. When I speak, you will find in 20 minutes I've gone to Kamba or something, because that's how I'm wired, that's how I'm socialized. The truth of the matter is this younger generation can bring about change. I have 3 children from a lady I was married to who passed on. She's from Nyeri. Those kids do not relate with that story of Kikuyu Kamba. Yes, they identify their Kambas, but they will not go to conflict with somebody because you're Kikuyu. Okay?
Yeah.
Because they don't understand. I have one child with my current wife who's Kamba. She doesn't understand those things. When I speak to her in Kamba, she looks at me if I'm sending her for food. So we have this joke with the house help.
Yes.
I tell the house help, can you teach this girl some language, bana? Because I tell her I want 1, 2, 3 in Kamba, she looks at me blank. Then she starts guessing what I'm saying. That's who they are. And the fact that they are who they are means that they really, really can bring about change. But we have a duty to nudge them. And how do we nudge them? By what we are doing. We talk about where we are coming from.
Yeah. Yes. Do you think what you're saying, for example, with that example of your daughter, do you think that it is the same, perhaps in Nairobi, as it is maybe in a place like, say, some place in the Bunduzuko Ushago? Do you feel like the young folks are the same all over in terms of how they perceive tribalism?
Well, one thing is certain. And I was told this by somebody recently. This gadget, to some of us, is a phone. But to that generation, it's a device. So the power of this tool will unite that younger generation. In 2024, I saw them coming out, even in Sugoi, who marched to the president's fence. So it tells you, to answer your question, even though those guys speak fluent Nandi, they identify with their age mates who are in Mombasa. There's a language they speak that goes across the board.
There's a peer affiliation and a peer camaraderie that you cannot wish away. The people you went to college with, you refer to them to date you. They're your friends. There is a lot of similarity between you and them. And this, as you correctly put it, has helped us bypass the Industrial Revolution. You know why? The Industrial Revolution brought about urbanization. Okay? This is bringing about urbanization, in fact globalization. Whether you like it or not, whether you're aware of it or not, that's what it's doing. And so you'll find that aspirations are similar, irrespective of where somebody is. So long as they have access to information in one way or the other, that is exactly what happens. But remember, the majority of politicians we have now, or who are in positions of power, grew up in a time when the tribe was everything.
Yeah.
And the exposure was limited as a result of that. But this thing of somebody being whatever they are in the political circles, be that as it may, just go back to their background and ask themselves, what are the formative years like? Because that's when they were formed. And then when tribalism becomes a useful tool, they don't depart from it. It's something they use because it helps maintain the status quo of our politics. And there's a group that benefits from it immensely. So anything that is new is challenging that particular position, and they will fight it.
Because I think someone mentioned it. There's an MP who came here and said, all this tribalist, partyless thing, hiyo ni ya Nairobi. Huko Ushago, bwana watu bado ni wakale, watu bado ni wakisia, watu bado ni wakamba. And I asked myself, really?
To some extent, he's not wrong. He's not wrong, because if you come from Cumberland, you've grown up there, and then we've even taken a university there, the people you know are people who speak your language. Okay? So that forms a major part of your formation and how you think.
Actually, you remember there's a guy vying in what's the name of this place? I'm forgetting. But hizo sehemu za Kapsabet. Na alikuwa anasema the folks there in the local market, especially those who've never left Kapsabet.
Yes.
They are and even the Gen Zs of Kapsabet.
Yes.
They might be having these mobile devices, but at the end of the day, their political mind, they talk up Kapsabet. So it doesn't really matter what we are saying in Nairobi.
Well, remember, no, the political mind that we have is very much determined by what it is we think we ought to achieve. It's a tool and it's convenient.
Yeah.
If they were presented with an alternative other than the one that they have, or they'd go for it. Our generation didn't have that alternative.
Yes.
This is the point we're trying to make.
We didn't have it.
They have an alternative.
Because this gentleman was saying, bana, those guys of Kapsabet, akili yao iko, even their politics, bwana ijenda beyond Kapsabet. So you telling them, presenting them, whether you present Kalonzo or Sifuna, whoever Kapsabet decides, bwana, that guy is going to vote in the Kapsabet way.
You know, this regional thinking has to do with our person, the concept of it. And anything that doesn't align with it is like a betrayal of the support you have for your person. Now, if your person is in the position of president, you will align with that thinking and that person come what may, because you feel this is where I ought to be. Okay? But they have options. When you look at the Gen Z movement, we saw what we are saying now. If it hadn't been there, I would probably agree wholeheartedly with our friend from Kapsabet. But I saw it. I worked in Luo Nyanza for over 17 years. And the thing that I found amazing about the towns was that there are very many people, and these are Luo-speaking people. Many of them, father Mjaluo, mother Mjaluo, children were speaking Kiswahili. I found it fascinating. So, again, urbanization, and this is something that this county system has brought in. One would have prayed that the industrialization would have followed. Unfortunately, we are still talking about marketplaces, but that's a story for another day.
Yes.
But the change is actually real. And if you want to understand why the change is real, ODM and the cohesion of the Luo vote when Raila Odinga was alive doesn't exist anymore. There is no one person who can tell you that they can guarantee that vote.
Exactly.
Okay.
There are few people who can even tell you that they can guarantee the vote of their county. Very few. So what do you think that means?
The times indeed have changed.
Yes, they have.
Okay. Andrew, we've come to the end of the show.
Yes.
Last words, final words, closing remarks.
Yes. Well, you know, anybody who tells you they love Kenya must show it in deed. Anybody who tells you they want to be president must show that love in their words. Anybody who's driving a tribal narrative or a confrontational narrative does not care for this country. Because if you care for Kenya, you care for the people. So we must be very careful as we judge our leaders. And you must not forget what they say. Any leader who's inciting does not deserve your vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you have it, man. Thank you so much, Andrew, for coming through. This has been exciting.
Yes.
Kuna vitu nimejua, sikuwa ninajua. And perhaps this is an open invitation. Karibu tena sana.
Thank you very much.
Sijui utakuja lini, but usipokuja tutakukujia.
Asante. It's an honor and a pleasure.
All right, I'll be seeing you again tonight, guys, on Generation Report at exactly 7 in the p.m. So be good until then. But for now, though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.